chess friends around the world. It is time once again for Weissenhaus, Grand Slam, Freestyle Chess, Fisher Random, Chess 960, and today we begin the finals. Uh-oh. And one of my windows has gotten all mixed up. Let me try and fix that. Sorry. My little standings thing here. Sorry, just fixing this. I don't know why it got confused. All right. Well, hopefully this little thingy is useful at least for seeing who's playing who at this point. The top two names, Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer, are competing for first and second place today and tomorrow. And then afterwards you've got Magnus Carlsen and Javokir Sindarov competing for third place. I hope that all makes sense. Hi, Matt. Welcome to the show. Hi, Steki-kun and Francois. It looks like the games are starting a little bit late today. For the first time. They've been very precise and prompt up till now. And, I also am dragging for the first time this week a little bit, moving slowly and starting to feel a bit sick from getting up at 4 a.m. every single day for a week. Who do you think will win? Chess with some are kicking it off with the key and apropos question. From what I have seen so far this week, I would think that the old dudes, the old guard, Fabi, will take the finals match, and Magnus will take the third place match. Now, Magnus lost at Keimer over the last 2 days, and Fabi just barely beat Sindarov. So when I'm picking them, it's not with huge confidence. I would say they're maybe 55 or 60% favorites, the older dudes against the teenagers in these matches. Yeah. That's the feeling I have right now. I don't know if I'm right. As soon as I see Francois saying Keimer, I'm like, well, yeah, that makes sense too. The guy's been really good. Yeah. What happened to the older live streams? I don't know. I don't know how that works, Piert. Hey, Ilias, welcome, and thanks for this, for the raid. Let's see if I can give you a proper shout out here. Is there going to be a game on the Kasparov-Portish 1983 game? Yes, there will be. I don't know when. There's a lot of things in the works. I don't know how soon we'll get to it. Sorry. I don't believe there's ever been a statistical analysis on home court advantage in chess, Matt. I've never even heard anybody talk about it till some questions about Keimer here. And Depesky very reasonably making the opposite prediction as me, that all the young ones will win. Perch, one thing we could do is we could look if these live streams are saved on Twitch. If they somehow didn't get saved on YouTube. Let me have a quick look for you. Recent broadcasts. Weissenhaus Grand Slam yesterday. Weissenhaus Grand Slam. Weissenhaus Grand Slam. Weissenhaus Freestyle Grand Slam. Yeah. All right, I think I found day 2 for you. I don't know if YouTube's gonna take to me sending a Twitch chat on YouTube. I don't know. There's a link to day 2. Yeah. All right. And here comes the first move of the third place match. Sindrov versus Carlsen. E4. All right, that lets out a bishop, increases the scope of the rook. Knight's likely to come to f3 and g3. This bishop pretty likely to come out along the long diagonal. And I think with this starting position, you probably would prefer to castle kingside and push for as much space as you can over in this side of the board. Given that space is a desirable thing to get in chess, but you also need an area for your king to be safe, that looks kind of natural to me, that we would try to get the king over that way and move all the pawns on the other side. See, Sindarov and Keimer both have white. So yeah, they could have been analyzing this position together before the game started for about 10 minutes. For anyone who has not been watching this event all week, the players always have the position revealed to them 10 minutes before game start, more or less. And then, yeah, they're given that time to analyze or discuss together or alone as they prefer. So often they do it together. And in this case, Keimer's playing a different first move. Then Jabokir, c4, letting the queen out, threatening queen takes h7, winning a knight, and letting the rook out. So I would expect that black's going to move one of these knights to stop queen h7. Yeah, RKJ, I'm not feeling the best in my throat and all that. Thank you. Hopefully it won't last too long. We've got 2 days left of the tournament, and then I will be back to a normal sleep schedule. So Dupesky somehow thinks that the official broadcast gave some of Keimer's thoughts about this position, and that he's thinking something like this might be a good opening with the bishop coming this way. From my perspective, it looks like black could play e5 here if they wanted to. Just a question about maybe weakening the f5 square, right? Knight g3, knight g6. But where is this bishop going? It's not as obvious for Keimer as it is for Sindarov. They actually showed the players' analysis, Dopeski, like video of them. You could hear and see what they were talking about. Wow, that's pretty interesting. Nice work on their production for yeah, nice work on their production for showing that. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, so looking at this position, I'm not sure where this bishop is supposed to go. I guess it's just like e3. And then for black, I would do this thing here. I don't know if white would play bishop b2, but you know, something like this looks like a very acceptable start for black, to my mind. I might even play b5 at some point soon instead of b6, just to get my queen on b8 a little more involved. That wouldn't be super positional, but possible. So, Keimer has predicted Fabi's first move correctly, apparently. Yeah. Whereas Magnus is still thinking. And it's a little weird. It looks like Sindarov hesitated on his first move for like 3 minutes on his clock. Normally you think you'd at least come to the board with your first move. And then his first move is so surprising that Magnus is going to spend another 10 minutes on his first move. It's a little bit odd. Not surprising to see them get into that on move 2, right? I would just expect that the Fischer random opening theory would at least be one move deep, approximately, after their 10-minute analysis. And then after that, I can definitely see them starting to think on move 2. Okay, so Dopeski reveals to us that the older group of Magnus, Fabi, and Naka were expecting maybe a b3 opening from white and spent a long time here thinking about how they were going to handle this. So e4 might come as a little bit of a surprise to Magnus. It's a very, very logical move to me. I actually think I might like this move the best of any possible starting move in this position. Excuse me again. Okay. Ooh. Sorry. C4, knight f6. So, you know, I've been following chess for a long time, but for about the last 15 years, I have streamed chess tournaments, and during that entire time, I have always predicted Magnus to win basically every tournament he's ever played in. You know, every time there was a tournament, I said, oh, the favorite for this tournament is Magnus Carlsen. And, you know, pretty much every time I've been right. Well, you know, I've been right. You know, everybody's been right at some point. Everyone predicted him to win every tournament. Everybody figured out who the top dog was for about 15 years. And at this tournament, I've been wrong. Magnus will not be the winner of this tournament at the end. It will be either Fabiano Caruana or Vincent Keimer. And that is a pretty big surprise all in and of itself. Yeah. I think in chat, they're pointing out that knight g3, knight g4 would be a very bad line for white. Shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. H2 and F2 get attacked. I mean, we can analyze some long lines here, right? With queen h7, knight f2, king c2, knight g6. And then white could try to trap this knight. Maybe with queen h5 heading to f3. And this is pretty bonkers. If you go b6, queen f5, trying to trap the knight from here. Or we could go e5, queen f3, bishop c5, queen f7. What a mess. What a mess. Or e3. Not easy to figure out. RKJ, I'm not sure what the next big chess event is after this. I know that the Prague Masters is starting up this week, but it's not like a top 10 event, right? It's got Pragnananda and Cheetah. So it's got a couple top players, but it doesn't have, you know, Carlsen and Gukesh. It doesn't quite have, you know, like the top 5 level players. So I don't know exactly what level you're looking for when you ask what the next big chess event is, but that's the most top event that I know of in the near future. And then between May and June, there will be Norway Chess. There are some Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz events at some point, but I don't even know exactly when on the calendar they are because I just don't care about them that much. I don't really watch a lot of almost any Rapid and Blitz. Knight f3 from Keimer. So at least we don't get into that knight g3, knight g4 crazy stuff. So now both pawns are defended for the moment by the knights. Wow, Long thinks already on move 2. So they're settling in. E4, E5, knight F3. That makes sense to me. Okay, before we say goodbye to this madness, we've got one last variation here from Francois, which is going to go knight H3, protecting here. He plays knight H2, and then queen H7. And the point is that with the queen involved, when black plays knight G6, he plays knight G5, and yeah, it's hard for black to hold that together. So I think after knight H3, you know, black might be inclined to play knight G6 to keep the queen out, but then there is still this knight G5 move, and the king is getting smothered mated, and it looks like the influence of this queen is enough for white to come out on top in these crazy variations, right? So yeah, maybe all this fishing expedition with knight G4 doesn't really come out in black's favor when there's the white queen involved. And yeah, good suggestion from Francois. We'll leave this madness at that. Knight G3, maybe knight G4 doesn't quite work out for black. And we'll get on with their actual game with knight F3 covering H2. And let's see, what were we saying at the beginning? Somebody was saying that Keimer was probably expecting like E6 in this position, and I was saying that E5 makes good sense to me. But I hadn't really been thinking about knight G5. So let's look at something here. Here. Here, I'd suggested some setup like this for black, and now let's throw in this annoying knight G5 move. Good day, Sesquipedalius. Thank you for the suggestion. I have done that. I just, unfortunately, today I'm hitting a point where I have to do it every like 2 seconds. And it's troublesome to go and press the button every time. It's feeling like a long morning of dealing with this. A long morning of blowing my nose to ensue. I suppose if B3, something that could maybe help black would be throwing in bishop A3 immediately. We offer a center pawn for an exchange. If white plays bishop B2, then I get the position that I wanted, right? And now against any knight G5 move, I can castle to protect F7. And I know people mentioned Kamer was thinking like E6, B3, but I suppose white could also play B4, defended by the queen for even more space. And stopping that bishop A3 move. And then, yeah, I wonder if black even tries something like A5. The problem with like an A5 gambit is You do need to play b6 at some point. So you would need to win this pawn back in pretty short order. And there aren't many black pieces over on the queen side that could try to win that a5 pawn back. Okay, Depesky says that a very rapidly developing Fallujah game is going to dissuade Fabi from playing an e5 type move. Fabi's still thinking on his second move here, right? Should we go see if we can find Fallujah's game and see what it might teach us? 5th, 8th place. Queen on f5. And Fallujah's played all this in 1 minute. So Fallujah predicted some stuff. Well, but what is Gukesh doing? He played a symmetrical English and then played e5? I don't think this quite applies to the other boards, because immediately, what is Gukesh doing? And confidently, this queen lands on f5. You can't play g6 without hanging the knight on f6. Plus, even if you played something like bishop e7 at some point, right? And then g6, where would the knight go from h8 once you'd played g6? So he just plops his queen here. d6 comes in, and he plays g4. He's just rushing g5 and queen f7. Oh my god. So I guess, he's got in mind something like here, 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 and then he drop back somewhere with the queen. Let's say here, actually, with the threat of queen h7. Now, before we get too deep into the question of whether or not the h7 pawn's going to fall, I just want to point out this knight is in bad shape. So black's gonna need to play f6, I guess, and then knight f7. Now let's go knight g3 and get to work on the h file. So for a moment, it looks like black's getting destroyed already, right? For the moment, at first it looks like black's getting destroyed. Then you think a little bit more, and it's not so obvious, because this bishop is not sure where it's going. The knights, it's not sure where they're going. The queen's out here all alone and can't actually come back from her mission. And if at some point here black just plays bishop takes f3, white's pawn structure on the king's side, all 4 of those pawns are going to be worth like 2 pawns. That's weird. I mean, white completely busted through on the h file, and I'm still not sure of the evaluation in this line. But Gukesh has done something else already. He's played h6 to stop g5. Oh, miserable. Miserable. I suppose if white goes h4 and g5, it'll be less good than what we just saw. But, I mean, white can get more development. You know, and if you ever play knight g6, from what I've seen so far, white might be able to play g5 then, pawn takes, knight takes, threatening knight f7. And you basically have to play knight back to h8. Yeah. Knight d3 first, winning a piece. I miss like a tactic at the end of my other weird line. Knight f4, queen h7. Knight d3 is winning a piece. As far as I know, this is the only line where I had the knight on f4. It just got there. Queen h7. And then I opened the bishop from b7 here. So at this point, knight d3 is losing a piece, no? After black plays b6, black might be threatening knight d3 or bishop f3. But before b6, I don't think there's any tactic just yet in that line. Okay, so h6 after 10 minutes of thought from Gukesh. He seems to be in some trouble already. Knight g3, knight g6, g5, hg, knight g5. Looks bad for black immediately, but maybe I spoke too soon. The queen could come over. I guess she can't offer a queen trade without hanging that pawn. But the queen could come here. How bad is it truly? We don't know for sure. White could either play bishop g2, taking the long diagonal first, or bishop h3. Threatening queen c8. I didn't even realize I was already threatening queen c8. It's taking me a moment to process that. But I'm literally just threatening queen c8. I don't have to move my queen out of the way to threaten something. Good God. If black has to spend a tempo on rook b8, I mean, how bad is this position? I guess there's knight e7. Checkmate. There's our first checkmate of the day. Let's make it nicer, folks. I'm going to try and make it nicer. Queen f6, knight f7. There you go. Now it's a little more aesthetic. The other was a little... ugh. All right. Well, that looked atrocious. Like, truly quickly atrocious. This queen on f5 from Firouzja, which he made this decision quite quickly, seems to be pretty scary, and he's played h4 rather quickly as well here. I thought knight g3 looked good enough. I mean, you got to bring out your pieces at some point, but he's saying like, yeah, we're just cruising along and winning the game here quickly with white. If you compare this to a line I gave previously, I'm not sure how crushed black is here though. Oh, right. Very importantly, I played g6 for black last time here. Because now I'm seeing, folks, that if I go knight h5, it gives white time to play bishop h3. I didn't blunder this last time, but I also didn't know about it last time. This is really unfortunate for black. You'd have to play something like rook c7, I guess. And then I think white could probably just sack. Like this. I'm trying to deal with like g6 and knight f4 in advance. You know, we just come here in the middle of the board, And the threat is, after whatever move black plays, I don't know, g6 or knight g6, the threat is to come back here. And as far as I can tell, this is another checkmate already within very few moves. Okay, Gukesh has responded quickly here on this move with b5, opening up the bishop. And his plan is to somehow answer g5. Maybe without hg, honestly. I'm not sure what the pawn's doing on h6. Let's say we don't even take it. I think he wants to maybe play bishop e4 here. Kick the queen. And then send this knight towards f4. Thank you, Stecky-kun. Let's get our evaluations going. So the top board is going to be Kamer white against Caruana. Say it starts out with white better. Then we've got Sindarov Carlson. Let's see who's better on that board. Knight f3, knight f6. a4. Interesting move from Sindarov. Well, Sindarov hasn't done anything wrong yet, even though a4 is interesting. I'm going to say white would still be better there. Then I'm not sure about the Naka board, so we'll get to that later. And here we've got Firouzja Gukesh, which is white better. Quite a bit better. But I'm not sure that white's winning yet. This bishop e4 resource, I mean, this feels kind of like getting into the game. Wow, Firouzja's playing quickly. g5 in 2 minutes. So b5 does not take him by surprise. And he answers very quickly with g5. I think that we're going to see this bishop e4 resource, right? That's kind of the point of b5. If we don't, white's going to be able to play bishop h3. I wonder if playing for 7th, 8th place, Firouzja and Gukesh might be less motivated than some of the players who have won matches in this event. I wonder if maybe Firouzja's playing so quickly, not because he predicted everything, but because, you know, feeling like at the bottom of the table, he feels like there's not so much to win or lose, and he just wants to get some moves out. Without bishop e7 played, Gukesh can't play g6 to chase the queen off without losing this piece, right? Unless the queen is trapped there. Hang on. I had never looked at this question before. Bishop e7. No, I don't think she can get trapped. Black doesn't have enough other pieces, and the knight's just stuck on h8. There's no coordination with that knight on g8. Yeah, and we've got 2 different comments in response to that. We've got Stecky-kun, I think, talking about Firouzja, saying he probably doesn't care at this point and wants to get to the billiards room or something like that. And then we've got Matt Eagle saying, I think Gukesh always gives everything. And so far, I agree with that assessment of Gukesh Matt. One of the special things about him is that he's always giving everything. He's not discouraged or dispirited about things. He's not making a big deal about how good or bad he is. It doesn't seem to be in his head what other people are going to think of him, right? And I know a lot of people, when they're playing chess, they worry about what other people are going to think about them. And I don't just mean professional players who are literally on a stage and having their games shown to the world. I mean, just random club players playing a tournament game on a weeknight at their local chess club. Have this sense of weight and seriousness, and people are going to be watching, are going to be judging me based on what I do. And then all the more so when you are a professional and on a stage. So I think that like Dingley Ren, for example, it seems like he felt it as a big weight being the world champion and having people talk about and assess what he's doing as world champion. And strangely from Gukesh, I think this is a little bit unusual. From Gukesh, I never get a feeling like he's worrying about what people are thinking or saying about him or how they're assessing him. I don't get a feeling like he's carrying any kind of weight around about other people's judgments. He's just, somebody who likes to play chess, and here he is playing chess. But I think Firouzja, there could be some up and down around the ego and some mixed performance, some times where he's more motivated, some times where he's less motivated. I definitely get that kind of a feeling off of Alireza. Magnus plays c6 to get the queen involved. Obviously, the religious guy next to her is nudging her, hey, what about me? c6 not going to be happy for this bishop on a8. That's going to be a slow road into the game for that bishop. After g5, thinking from Gukesh, I feel like the immediate bishop e4 is a logical move. Queen h3, knight h5. This line makes sense and looks playable to me from the black perspective. I'm not sure where Firouzja's planning to put the king. I guess the kings are going to be weird in this game. You've pushed 2 pawns on the king side, 2 pawns on the queen side. I guess you're sitting awkwardly in the middle of the board and hoping that the king on d8 is even more awkward than you. But, having pushed pawns, Gukesh's pieces will be able to move more in the center, and Firouzja's pieces are going to have to get into the game through the sides of the board, which could be somewhat weird and challenging. It's actually hard to assess this position. I'm not even confident about who's better. Maybe this queen g4 move could enlighten us. Double attacking the pieces. Knight f4. Knight g3. Maybe I'll do something aggressive for black here with queen b7, offering my bishop pair, which I so rarely do. But for a second I thought white's king was on e1 and I'd be threatening knight d3 here. Checkmate and queen takes queen coming. But now it looks like white can just take the bishop pair and push the queen back, so I'm not too pumped on that. really, really weird situation. Yeah, hard to assess, man. But Firouzja definitely getting ahead on the clock, putting pressure on Gukesh by playing some of these moves quickly in a very weird and hard to assess battle. You know, for all that it seems like he's crushing black, I can imagine that it's hard to properly coordinate some of White's pieces, especially the rooks, in this game. So it's not clear how much better White will actually be. Other weird one over here between Noterbeck and Hikaru. Their time usage is more symmetrical. Let's see how they got here. It's only 5 moves in, but I can't even really imagine it, and I imagine a lot of the people watching won't be able to imagine how they got to that position, so let's see. Noterbeck played e4, like Sindarov. We got a Sicilian defense from Hikaru. Knight f3 defending queen takes h2, which was immediately a threat. e6. b3 makes a lot of sense for that bishop. And g7 is a good spot to hit. Knight f6 to calm the diagonal, and then e5 gaining space. That's logical. Definitely. Knight h5. Now, my first thought here is knight to g3, right? But here Noterbeck played c4, which threatens queen h7, so that's really logical, right? He grabs some space and opens up the queen. Hikaru, if he plays knight g6, then knight g5 might hit too many spots too quickly, right? So this opening looks like it's putting black under a lot of pressure. f5 may have been almost necessary for Hikaru. He plays it, then Noterbeck has his 13-minute thing. So almost all Noterbeck's time was spent on this next choice to open up the bishop, but give up his space advantage and let the knight back from the rim. So I imagine he could have also played this position quite differently with something like d4, right? The thing about d4 is, you have to be ready to deal with bishop b4, bishop a3, all that. But I guess we're fine trading this bishop at this point. What we're emphasizing here is the knight on h5 maybe not being well. But if we ever go bishop e2, knight f4 looks okay. And if you go knight g3, which is logical, your knight's stuck on h1, then how bad was the knight on h5? It just gets traded. If White could castle quickly and get pressure on the d file, this could be a positional advantage. I've seen the structure before in the Sicilian defense. And you can get pressure on the d file against d7, sometimes get an edge based on that. But it is time dependent. It depends how fast White gets developed versus black. And, this was a lot of pawn pushes for White, so it's not clear that White will get there fast enough. Yeah, it's definitely sad for Sindarov Merles that he didn't pull through in that match. It was a really close match, and after winning that first game, he was actually winning during the second game, completely winning, and there was just Fabi gambled on one tactical move that completely didn't work. But when they were down to 2 seconds each, and Sindarov blundered, and yeah, it was pretty basic stuff, you know. The tactic there. But on the other hand, Fabi had been better most of that first game that Sindarov lost, right? So, you know, it really felt like a toss-up kind of match. I guess I like Noterbeck trading. And vaguely there may have been the thought of, you know, do you go like this to win a pawn? And my first thought would be, yes, you do. Then this knight is trapped. I guess bishop e7 to at least not have it get captured. Knight g3. b6. I mean, white doesn't have much going for them other than one extra pawn here. I guess the other thing I've got going for me is that this knight is messed up, and I guess the king has to go this way. Oh, I can't move this rook because of the bishop. There's a little weird thing for black to sort out. Like the white queen is kind of annoying, keeping a few of the black pieces from moving properly. Okay, but he just plays normal developing move, knight g3. Naka plays b6. He could still transpose with bishop f6. I mean, if he prizes the bishop on a1, another thing Noterbeck could do would be bishop d3. And then take on h7 with the bishop next move, probably. But if he does that, he is allowing his kingside to get just destroyed like this. Then he'll probably have to go queenside. But regardless of where he goes, you know, this is not a promising structure for eventually winning any endgame. This thing here, right? That kind of forces you to somehow win the game in the middle game when your structure's that bad. Wow. Well, I hope you sleep well through the snowstorm, Francois. And, you know, the world thanks you for your commitment, for working all these tough hours. And for helping people so much. Yeah. What country? Quebec. Yeah. Sindarov grabs more space. He's happy. He's going to put the queen on maybe b3 at some point. So Magnus is dissuading bishop c4 because of d5. So that's what Sindarov needs as a square for this bishop to finish his kingside castling. Yeah, but he likes the space he's grabbing, and I do too. So I approve. In general. Wow, it's very interesting. We got 4 totally different openings today. A lot of days we've gotten 2 or 3 of the same openings, right? Because of the group analysis sessions, they've kind of group thought / convinced each other into certain things. And today, it's a different game on every board. Noterbeck is white against Naka. We can put that here, and I really like white's position on that board, by the way. So we're going to mark that white is better there. Let's see if Vincent and Fabio have made some progress. B6, 16 minutes. B4, 12 minutes. I know they've not made much progress, these guys. The weight of the finals or something, but it doesn't make sense to spend half an hour on like deciding to open up bishops on A1 and A8. I'm sorry, guys. All due respect to the champions. All due respect to the champions, the guys in the championship match, the guys who've played the best all week long, but they just spent 16 and a half and 12 minutes respectively on developing bishops on A1 and A8 that only had one way out. B6, B4, come on. Those moves were highly obvious, my friends. Highly. Goodness gracious. Now, if Fabi gets scared here, he might take on F3, right? There's a world where you worry about bishop F6, queen H7. And in that world, you might also worry about knight G5. And in that world, you might think another 15 minutes and then trade off this knight so that you can peacefully put your knight on G6 and not have to calculate anything, even though you just spent 15 minutes calculating things. But as long as white plays D4, you would think the bishop pair would give white some advantage. Can black lock things up at this stage here? I don't think so, because tactically, you know, we're immediately losing. Often bishop takes F3 is associated with trying to control the D4 square. So like a move like C5. But it doesn't make sense to trade off on F3 and then let white still take your pawns over here. You know, G takes F, you're going to see the knight is sort of trapped and you have to keep giving pawns, which I don't like giving like another pawn. But E takes F, you get rook check thrown in. Maybe the queen's access to the B file is going to be worth the pawn here. Yeah, white's got like no development. But they do have this move, actually. Bishop D3, just saying, yeah, we'll take on G6 next. And then knight E5, the queen's actually defending that bishop in advance, and we can go on with our development. Maybe even F4, just forcing this to recoup our queen. Well, then queen F4, and it's equal. Queen E4. Centralizing and threatening F4, maybe. Looks good for white. Why isn't black taking on H2? Oh, right. All right. Oh, it's because I hadn't yet played C5 for black Asher. In my latest line, I did play C5 for black. But then white took. Maybe Asher wants me to throw in queen H2 here. A mental in-between move. Bishop e7 doesn't win a pawn. It recovers the pawn that I just lost on h2. And actually, my knight's still hanging, and when I save it, black can take the pawn on b4, and they really control the dark squares, right, in this opposite colored bishop situation. So it doesn't even, I'm not even sure it even wins back the pawn that we're already down. I was thinking would be logical here for white would be bishop e5, kicking the queen into here, and then b takes c5. I don't think black can take like this because the king's going to come under attack from queen a5 very quickly. So I think black would go like rook here, and now there's a couple possibilities. d4, c5, or maybe bishop d4 with the idea of just sacking, like so. And I don't know to what extent this sacrifice looks promising or ridiculous to all of you. But to me it looks pretty serious. I could also go c5, looking at maybe playing c6 at some point, and also bishop a6 with queen b8. So to me that looks pretty serious. The rook could come here. But then my idea is to try and break open this b file as well to whip up an attack. And here it feels like white's got all the pieces in the game. So I think we should take this attack very seriously, actually. Like somehow white's rooks are both open. The bishops are raking diagonals. The queen's ready to get going. And black, I don't think they're ready to fight here. So I would guess that white's actually like winning, that a miniature is coming up here. So that's how I'm going to deal with queen h2. And I pretty much believe in this line for white. I'm going to say that much. So other than that, you know, if like e takes f6, check, check here, black didn't really get a great chance to take on h2. I suppose by playing bc5, I give them another chance to throw in another position where maybe queen h2 could have been thrown in. Queen h2 here. Now I kind of want to play this, sacking pieces. Centralization. And then a new queen. It's going to lose my current queen. Ay, 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 ay. This doesn't work for white, I guess. Wait, let me go one move further. Sometimes we just end our variations one move too soon, right? King here. What a move. What a move. This is an insane tactical resource, this king b3 here. I'm literally hanging my queen and my rook in both ways while my king is getting attacked. But look how fast white can collect the material in return in some lines. Like rook takes queen. This one is like maybe the most obvious. Boom, boom, boom. We get a new queen with check. We take their rook with check, and then we pick up the queen. We're up ridiculous amounts of material, right? Instead of that, black could play queen c1. The idea is if we queen, the rook comes back to c8, and black has too many pieces against the queen. Rook and 2 minors, right? Plus white's king is going to get shredded. But that's not our intention. Our intention is to trade queens down 2 minor pieces here, folks. It's rook c4, queen c4. This pawn can't be stopped. Whether black trades queens or tries to throw in some kind of check, you know, we just step out of the way. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. I didn't get this right. It just fails. It just fails. That's a refutation. Man, oh man. I looked at all kinds of different variations here. You know, this one here, the amazing thing is that it's simply back rank mate. But I missed this b7 square somehow. Like I thought I had, you know, I don't know, queen a6 or something here. Yeah, there's no way around this. Nothing else to fix. Man. I'd seen the king was getting out of check despite this bishop. But queen b7 refutes my super tactic. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well that's all madness. Merles has told us you'd have to be extremely desperate to play bishop takes f3. And Fabi thought for 16 minutes. And indeed did not play bishop takes f3. If white trades on c5, we'll actually have a symmetrical position here, which seems pretty plausible, pretty likely here. Actually, they've only played 3 moves in an hour, these guys. In an hour and 10 minutes, or whatever, an hour and 5 minutes. They have made 3 moves. Vincent and Fabi, they're averaging 10.5 minutes per move. A little bit slower than 10.5 minutes per move. Or we could say slightly faster than 11 minutes per move, maybe. These guys want a 6-hour time control. Yeah, Francois, would that have helped me? I was afraid that if I did that, black could get rid of my pawn, and then it would be too late for me to really do anything, right? So if I castle, black takes back the pawn, and then I'm down a piece. I didn't see anything useful to do here. I saw rook e1, knight g6, and that's where I'd stopped this line. I don't know, it just didn't feel like compensation for a piece. It was all based on that one pawn for me, what I was trying to do there for white. Bishop e5 from Vincent saying, like, I'm terrified about queen h2. Right, so I'm going to try and induce this move d6, which is mainly going to be a weakening move that blocks in the bishop and blocks in the queen. And, you know, he's willing to just maybe lose time, or maybe he's going to grab the pawn on h7 after he does that. Maybe he'll grab the pawn. From white's perspective, by the way, they have to worry about bishop f3, queen h2. You know, like if white looked at a move like a3 or b5 or something, they have to consider, what if black takes on f3 and grabs on h2 first? And if I play knight g3 to avoid bishop takes f3, queen h2, then as white, I still have to reckon with knight g4. That's right, Joao. The players could castle, leaving that terrible knight on h8 or h1. It doesn't have to come out. Bishop e5. Perhaps the fastest move of the game so far. He got it in just under 7 minutes, did Vincent. Looks like a pretty good move, too. That's annoying. Makes me think about maybe bishop e4 for black. But d3 is going to be very tricky for black. White can break the symmetry by castling with check. Some kind of advantage for white, maybe. Merle's saying maybe bishop b8 would be clearer. Oh, right, because you can take here. And if black goes here, there we've got a check that also disrupts the symmetry and wins the game. Nice. And if black tries to defend that pawn, we can take this piece. Rook here. Okay, here I'm only up like 1 or 2 pawns, but I could have maybe been even cleverer with this, trying to play bishop takes b6 or pawn takes b6. And only if black takes, then I go here. And now I'm up a piece. So black would have to do something like this. Something like this. Actually, trapping the bishop is looking a little risky. Let's do it this way. And white is safely up a pawn? Probably? I mean, I suspect black can probably win back 1 pawn here, actually, with like d6 and knight d7 because of this weird construction. But white should always be up at least a pawn here, so we're going to leave that variation at that. So d6 seems almost guaranteed for Fabi, although he's thinking. He is thinking. But yeah, I mean, we have to check the sort of copycat move. Have to check. Because this d6 move is such a big deal, right? I don't know that there's anything to consider other than d6 and bishop e4, Mark. And we refuted bishop e4 pretty quickly. That would not take Fabi many seconds to determine that he doesn't want to play d6. So, yeah, if I were, I mean, unless we're missing something, if I were Fabi, I would be bashing out d6 and then seeing what comes next. I don't think there's any reason you would play queen b7 here. These early tactics with the f7 square have really made today's games more complicated in terms of the early calculation burden for the players, right? Okay, he's played d6 now. And Vincent goes into the tank. Let's go check on Firouzja, the quickest player of the day. see what he's got going with Gukesh. Their game has been, maybe the wildest. I think we left it here where he'd played b5 and g5, right? And now apparently Gukesh thought a really long time. Oh my god, look at the time between these players. 1 hour and 22 for Firouzja. He's used less than 10 minutes, and Gukesh has almost used an hour. Oh my lord. To play bishop e4, which we were sure he was going to play. We thought that was his whole point. Knight h5, e3 to keep the knight out of f4. Queen b7, bishop e2 defending it, and starting to look at the knight on h5. And Gukesh deep in thought here. Oh my goodness. That's true, Merles. Gukesh hasn't won a single game all week. All he's done is scramble a dozen draws out of nearly lost positions and then occasionally lost. 15 games with 0 wins. But how are you ever going to win against players this good when you're losing out of the opening like every game, right? It's yeah. Oof. Okay, here's an idea for Gukesh that's actually kind of interesting. Okay, he's taken on c4, which I think makes sense. I was definitely looking at throwing that in because this bishop can't take without hanging the knight, right? But okay, let's say he plays bc4, bc4. It could also be rook c4. It's maybe most likely to be rook c4, but for argument's sake, let's play bc4, bc4. An interesting idea I had for Gukesh is that he could go knight g6 and then just plop a knight on f4 to break white's light squares, right? So I don't even know what move white wants to play next here. Maybe d3. Because knight g3 just loses to bishop takes f3. I don't know what move white wants to play. Let's say it would be something like rook g1, though. Then I would go knight f4. Pawn takes, knight takes. Queen g3, trying to keep this covered. Knight takes, king takes. Okay, my idea doesn't quite work, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't quite work. Okay, I'll give up on that idea right there. No knight f4. Let's go back to the game. It's Firouzja's turn, so we'll probably see a response pretty quickly. Rook c4 makes the most sense. And the reason it makes sense to me is that as white, I'm kind of scared of the black queen via b4 or a6, trying to get into a4, c2, right? Because Firouzja's king is an issue. And if it gets to this point, you almost have to castle kingside. Or would he maybe go like rook g1, and just say, whatever, you checked me, and go to e1. Yeah, maybe that's more likely what he would do, actually. Why not bishop b1? What are we playing bishop b1 for? I guess that would be in this position here. Bishop b1? You just want to come take this pawn or something? I think the bishop's on a good square. We can do that with the queen if you really want that pawn. Okay, Firouzja took back with the b pawn. I was kind of thinking he might play rook c4. But this move keeps a little more control over black's center from expanding more. Should have maybe called this show coverage of David blowing his nose instead of coverage of Weissenhaus. Come on, nose, cut it out. I want to talk about the chess games. Ay, ay, ay. Knight g6 from Gukesh. Uh-oh. My knight f4 idea does not work, Gook. Don't do it. Not clear what he's planning to do with his pieces if, let's say, white played like queen g4 attacking this knight. Right? Just capturing this piece? What would he do? Anyone have a next move for Gukesh? Knight g1. Black at least has bishop h1. Knight e5 at most wins a pawn, and it's probably not like a big deal. And there's counters in here or somewhere. So we can at least say it's complicated. But queen g4, what's your next move? He has to go all in? At the moment, I'm thinking he's blundered a piece. By the way, that's my working theory. And Pruess might set a record for himself and think for 3 minutes on this move. There's a mate threat on a4. So black could go fishing over there, right? Yeah, instead of knight g6, Merles, I think like our main move was, queen a6. And then I think white would have gone rook e1 to clear a square for the king and, sack the a-pawn. Okay, Magnus's board. Queen c7, queen b3, and in response, he just leaves f7 hanging. Wow. Sindarov, by the way, has the same problem as everybody. If he plays knight to g3, then after knight g4, he can't castle yet because the bishop's still here, right? Same problem on every board, making these games particularly exciting. And Magnus moving the queen, Sindarov moving the queen, neither of them sees what to do with the bishop and knight on the king side, right? Just kind of like frozen. And after queen b3, knight g6 from Magnus, and chat points out that he's sacking this pawn, but perhaps even more devastating than queen f7 would be knight g5, right? The point is you want to play knight f7, check king e7. Also, if black castles queenside to get out of the way of stuff, which makes sense if you're sacking your f-pawn, right? You don't exactly want your king over here. Then knight f7 seems to win this exchange. So probably Magnus plans d5 in answer to knight g5. That fits logically with his c6 move. It exploits white wasting time, moving this piece twice. And I would guess that black is great after d5. So knight g5, I think, refuted. And that is perhaps the meaning of queen c7, folks, was that in a position like this, before he plays queen c7, if he ever goes knight g6, this knight g5 move looks devastating. I mean, it's stupid that it should be, but it seems to be. Right? So queen c7, preparing the possibility of d5 even further. And I think maybe a very important variation here is going to be bishop c4, d5, e5. That's also going to be kind of like a crazy pawn sack. But I think that one is more critical, more plausible for both white and black. So that's the position down there. Sindarov thinking, I would love to move a piece. I would love to castle kingside. I don't know if knight g3, knight g4 is playable for white, so I would really look at moving this bishop. You could even move it to d3 if you got to, just to get developed. But it's really ugly against knight f4, isn't it? Then you have to just castle and give up your bishop pair. I guess that's not too ugly. I mean, it's just a bishop pair. Life goes on. Oops, I lost my pawn. And now black can castle too. Okay, it was too much. Huh. Okay, but like my mind is still on a very basic question over here. It's hard for me to think about another board. Queen g4. Merles gives us a move, bishop c6. And if I take on h5, then black wins with the mate threat. I agree, Merles. But bishop c6 didn't seem to save your knight, did it? If I go rook g1, like against queen a6, so now bishop a4, king e1, let's say that's more or less pointless for you. Isn't the knight still trapped on h5? Is it not game over? And is it not fitting for this tournament to end with Gukesh losing in 12 moves a full piece to a one-move threat? Firouzja's been thinking for 7 or 8 minutes, about as long as on the entire rest of the game. He might sack on f4. Yeah, but knight f4 didn't work even with a tempo on the queen on h3. Now with the queen on g4, I mean, you know, black's not doing anything, right? Just losing. Straight up. Just losing. Knight d3 here. And if I go queen e4, there's knight f2. But surely white has a winning move here of some kind, right? It seems like black has to try and trade into an endgame down a piece here. By this point, white's up so many pieces that if we tried h5, I mean, queen c8 is easily winning. We have just an entire army. An entire army. Like, white's up more than a rook here, effectively. Well, Mark Yakub, any move of Firouzja's knight on f3 also seems to like win a piece, but if you give back the knight on h1, you're not really winning anything. When I go queen d7, I'm winning the knight for nothing. Why would you give Gukesh your knight on h1 if you don't have to? Knight g3, bishop d7. And rook g1 here. All right, which line works, Merles? I haven't seen any yet. This line here, knight g3, bishop d7 here. So here you're again threatening the bishop a4 mate kind of idea, right? That's the point of this line, if I remember. So now for white, I'm going to try something a little more random and aggressive here. Now you're going to try and trap my queen, right? Bishop d7. That looks nice, because if knight f5, there's always g6, right? Yeah, bishop c6. Maybe I don't need knight g3. That move just seems to trap my queen. And tactically, black's happy to play here. Maybe I should take here. Throw this move in for white in this position. You know? Basically threatening to just keep going with this pawn. There's no way this works for black, basically. There's just no way. Hey, Quad. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's happening with the grad show. I think that there was like a snow day in the Baltimore school district or something, so Jesse's kids were home. And also, yesterday there was a really, really long match, so I went over into the time, the live coverage spilled over into the time when Jesse normally does the show, so I might have prevented him from doing it with my live coverage. Today, there won't be any tiebreak matches, so we'll definitely be done sooner than yesterday. Yesterday, it ended up being 7.5 hours, this match between Fabi and Sindarov. Now knight d3. Wow, Firouzja's played, and it wasn't queen g4. It was the seemingly more complicated knight e5. And knight e5 didn't look very obviously good for white because of, this. And that was just scratching the surface. I mean, there's also knight f3 here, which doesn't look amazing for white. Queen g4 looked like time to resign to me. Despite Merle seeing some potential for tricks, I assumed that white was going to be up a piece for basically nothing, like maybe one pawn. Maybe one pawn. Confusing. Okay, Firouzja trades that knight to keep it out of d3 and f3. Rook e5 from Gukesh. Now white's down a piece, so presumably he's going to take on h5. And the goal for white is to be up one pawn, maybe. But g5 is hanging, and black has the bishop pair. So Firouzja's variation does not look particularly super promising for white or anything, right? Black's essentially in the game here. Yeah, in fact, Gukesh's position is the best as look all game here. Why did he take with the rook instead of with the pawn? Maybe mark in order to win this pawn on g5 with the rook. Right? Pawn takes, rook g5. is a major possibility here. Let's say he's just played h takes g5, by the way. Let's say we contrast that with d takes e5, bishop takes. I mean, this could also potentially be playable for black, right? Something like this, maybe. Could also be playable. It keeps the option of maybe castling kingside. So I don't think it was like an obvious or clear choice between the two, right? Taking with the pawn, you accept that you're down a pawn, and maybe you can castle. Taking with the rook, you can't castle, but you might win your pawn back on g5 immediately. That might be his reason for it, right? But I guess the question is, like, is the rook maybe trapped on g5 after f4, right? What if it can't get out? Oh, it can always get out. There's this threat. Simple stuff, right? Queen h5, bishop f3. So he can definitely take this pawn if it's coming with the threat of rook takes g5, right? Like 100%, he can just take his pawn back here. So I think, Mark, our best answer to the question of why did he take with the rook was in order to not be down a pawn. And what on earth did Firouzja do? I'm going to say, I mean, I know he stopped and he thought about his move, so it seemed like he cared about it. But I'm going to say instead of winning the game, he's allowed basically equality here. Oh, rook g5, queen h4? Is that what the hesitation is? There is bishop e7 then, right? He's played rook g5. Queen h4, bishop e7 looks fine. Sure, Asher. This was the position right here before he played this weird knight e5 instead of the obviously winning queen to g4. Check the other board while Asher's getting set up. Rook to b1. A weird move from Javok here. Magnus breaks in the center with d5. Knight comes out to g3. Now Magnus can be thinking about knight g4. If not for Fabi and Kamer, we would say that Magnus is playing a little bit slowly here, right? 30-some minutes left, and he hasn't made move 10. Let me get this board up to date now. Rook takes g5 is the last move from Gukesh, and he's saved the game, so to speak. Magnus has this bishop on a8, but otherwise the central battle is going pretty well for him. Let's check on the championship game. Let's see what move, not moves, let's see what move they've played since d6. Bishop f6. Fabi recaptured. And recaptured his pawn over on b4. Oh, they made a ton of progress. All right, so who's better and why? Who's better and why here? Vincent didn't even play queen h7 to win a pawn. If he wanted to win a pawn, folks, then on this move he has to throw in b takes c5, right? But if he does, and then runs and takes the pawn, right, then he's opened up this b file for black's queen. And she's going to recover the pawn on a2 or wherever pretty quickly. So there would definitely be some pretty good chances for black here to recover the pawn, right? So he doesn't really try to win the pawn. He just plays queen h7, knight g6. Even here, he could maybe play bc5 if he really wanted the pawn, no? Yeah, but he decides anytime he plays bc, he's going to lose the b file. and it's not going to be worth it. He'd rather let Fabi recapture the pawn over here. And Fabi with a really interesting move, rook to c5. These players have now gotten ahead of Sindarov and Carlsen somehow on time. They shot ahead to move 8, whereas Magnus is still looking for his 7th move. All right, rook c5. I think, right, you might be wondering, what is Fabi even doing with this move, right? You could wonder. Because, let me just say, let's go back a move. And let's just say what Kamer's concept is, right? Before we look at Fabi's weird move, right? Fabi's playing a non-standard move. Before we look at it, let's just say, what is Kamer's concept here, folks? What is Kamer doing? Like, he gave up his bishop pair to take on h7, but it wasn't even to win a pawn. He left b4 hanging. What's Kamer thinking of doing? Well, basically, I'm going to mark time for Fabi and show you what Kamer wants to do. I think castles, d4. He's just trying to set this up, right? A nice, solid position, good central space, good coordination. Black's pawn structure starts to look weird and ragged if you slow the game down. Does that make sense, folks? You just get everything coordinated for white. And for black, it's a little bit weird. Like, where's our king going? Right? We could go to the queen side where we've got a majority, but, you know, the pawn structure is not clean. We can't really go to the king side as long as the queen's living there. And of course, white's not like viciously attacking the king in the center, but, you know, the structure is just weird for black, right? And eventually white's going to go after maybe d6 and g7 with this knight, or look to just trade some pieces. I could see Vincent playing like a piece trading plan, so I'll keep marking time for Fabi. I know it's like ridiculous, but, you know, he could eventually go for this kind of a plan to trade light squared bishops and try and break up black's bishop pair. And then he's got more chances to put his knights on the light squares in the center. And, you know, his queen can always come back into the light squares as well. Right? So all that said, I think Fabi, unless there's a way to play rook h5 that I don't see, I think Fabi's plan is to emphasize his queenside pawn majority by playing rook a5 and going after the only like really obvious weakness in Vincent's position, the isolated pawn on a2. You know, let's say Vincent castles or something, which he did not do. Then maybe like rook a5, going after that pawn. Rook a1, maybe even some move like d5. Breaking in the center, I know, with my own king there, but now my bishop's influence extends to b4 and a3. And what I'm trying to do at some point is, you know, attack a2 even more. Yeah, Mark's saying preparing b5 or d5. Yeah, one of those kind of moves at some point, right? So I believe that's maybe the concept from Fabi. Has he moved after knight g3? Queen c7. Oh, so that's what Mark is saying maybe. Instead of going over to a5, maybe he wants to play b5 or d5 really quickly. Now that Kamer can diffuse with d4. In fact, even after castling maybe, right? If you play b5, I can now play d4 to try and break up that diagonal. I mean, there's an exchange sack for sure, right? Which we could consider. But also maybe he can just back up. Nah, I don't think that helps him, right? He's just running out of space, and the knights are going to win in exchange anyway. Yeah, that doesn't help his case. So if he plays b5 or something, he's just going to sack the exchange, I think. But, you know, he's emphasizing what's good about his position, right? The queenside pawn majority. And he's forcing Kamer to play at a much more dynamic pace, which is not always Kamer's preference. Kamer's definitely like sort of looking at a technical game here, and Fabi's looking at creating some messy stuff. You know? Okay, so honestly, I thought he would castle before knight g3, but that's not maybe the hugest difference. Queen c7 from Fabi. Played relatively quickly. Quite quickly. 1 minute. I mean, they've almost played no moves that fast this game. So right here is where white could play d4 without allowing an exchange sack, right? But then after rook a5, it's very hard to defend this when we haven't yet castled. And this is why castling was to me more natural than knight g3. You know, I'm very surprised by the knight g3 move order. But it's basically because here, you know, rook a1, there's b3. Right? Rook c2, there's also maybe b3 to think about. But if we'd castled instead of knight g3, right, then in any position like this, the rooks are at least sort of connected and defending each other, and rook a1 is playable. So his knight g3 move order makes it harder for him to defend a2 right here, I think. So Merles is thinking maybe he's going to play d4, rook a5, d5. I don't know about d5. Maybe just castles here, Merles. But Merles thinks he's going to maybe sack the a-pawn as an important variation to consider. And my first thought would be that's going to be great for Fabi, actually. Like, yes, he's discoordinated, but his plan is so clear and strong and fast here with the passed pawns on the queen side. You know, sometimes, like, you look at a position in chess and you think, oh, this side has this advantage or that advantage or blah, blah, blah. But it just comes down to who actually has, like, a plan they can execute well and quickly and that's, like, you know, effective and bothers the opponent in some way. Here, black really has that plan. And, okay, we've got more moves. Queen c7, d4, rook a5 instantly. This is exciting. This is exciting. Mark thinks that he's got to defend the pawn. The only move that defends the pawn is rook c2, right? That's the only move. Rook a1, b3 is just like clearly terrible. Fabi doesn't want to trade things. Fabi wants the game complicated. Vincent would love to trade off some stuff and simplify because he's got the better pawn structure. He's dreaming. He's dreaming of some trades here. But Fabi is on that aggressive mission. So I think what's really interesting is trying to think of how Fabi is going to press after rook c2. Like, where is Fabi going to find the juice to start making tactical threats after rook c2? Yes, white is a little bit awkward. Yes, there's potential for black. But what specifically is black going to do? The two moves that stand out are b3 and d5, right? So what you want to do is play b3 and d5, ideally. Like here, 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 here. And now you can just start raging on white because you've got this key move bishop b4 available, right? And the rook can't block on c1. Hey, Lumbra. But here's the issue. Here's the issue from Fabi's side. If you play d5 and white takes, it's too late to play b3, I think, because of rook takes queen. Although now that I say that, I'm like, should we double check this move? But I think it's just rook c1. So it's hard to play, you know, d5 and b3. If you play b3 first, then after you play d5, this pawn's well defended by the pawn and the bishop. So white just castles and ignores it, you know, gets the king to safety. Potentially, here you could throw in the rook check. King here. But now, you can't play d5, I don't think, because your rook's hanging. Right? And if you have to trade rooks first, then again, when you play d5, this pawn's well protected, and white doesn't care too much to engage with what you're doing, you know? White's gonna, I don't know, walk the king this way or bring the queen back in. It's not fast for white to sort of coordinate everything, but black's also not really doing anything very fast either at this point, you know? The pace of their play and counterplay has been slowed down. So I think that's where Keimer's thinking a while about rook c2. I mean, it's the only move I really consider for white, and I think black's next move is going to be a little tricky to find, so it would be nice to play rook c2 quickly. Good morning, Summoner. Rook c2, and yeah, I'm not sure where Fabi goes next. You know, weird thought. What if he'd played queen c8 instead of queen c7? He might have queen a6 building up on the a file. I don't see a way to trap white's queen, no. But I haven't looked very hard for it either. What if he played queen c8, d4, rook here, rook c2, queen a6? There's c5. And black seems very happy. To me. I might be missing all kinds of things, but it seems like black's got good quick play here with rook a2. And the c-pawn's not really bothering black, whether it trades or pushes. Black can just capture it. Okay, Merle. So queen c8, I think, maybe a good move for Fabi here. Honestly, it has the feel, to me, of possibly having been a good move. Okay, but he went through c7, d4, rook a5, and Merle's is saying maybe the alternative, and the reason Vincent's thinking so much, would be d5, trying to shut down both of these bishops. Could be a big deal. Allows rook a2. Maybe put the knight on d4 then, to try and deal with b5 and b3 with this knight, right? So knight d4 as a follow-up. Then this knight can go to e4 or f5 or something. Well, moment of truth. Vincent has played something. Of course, rook c2. Safety of the kings. Yeah, at the moment, neither king is castled, but white's king is going to be able to castle kingside probably this game, right? Summoner. Black's king, not clear that it's going to be able to make it over to the kingside. So it could potentially become a problem for Fabi. But Vincent's pieces are not very active. So it's not a pressing concern for Fabi, but it's a long-term factor that his king doesn't have a clear spot. I have yet to find Fabi's move here against rook c2. So this is definitely how I expected Vincent to play. That said, Merle's, your d5 move, I mean, it looked pretty interesting too, yeah. any book to recommend on how to play with the initiative? And you don't necessarily mean just direct attacking stuff. You mean sort of like just initiative in a random position where you've got compensation. You're sort of pushing around. Sometimes even like a positional accomplishments, right? I mean, this rook c2 move definitely seems simple, Merles, but I feel like Fabi's going to have some kind of double-edged or energetic move here for black that I don't see yet. You know, I don't know what he's going to do, but it feels like he's going to do something. Skibik, Summoner is recommending to you Jesse's course called It's About Time. That would be something that will show us something about initiative. I'm going to quickly pop to the other board just to update some moves that were played. So here after knight g3, supporting the e-pawn, Magnus castled queenside comfortably. Well, comfortably in terms of piece coordination. Obviously, white already has a pawn storm prepared there. And Sindarov develops the bishop, so he's getting ready to castle kingside finally. Gosh. And Magnus, 30 minutes. They're only at move 8, so they're taking the crown as the slowest players today, which was hard to wrest from Fabi and Vincent, who spent over an hour on the first 3 moves. All right, Hearts of Fire's got a suggestion for us. Bishop c6. And the idea is to bring the bishop out to a4. Maybe we'd move the rook over here, trying to prevent black from opening up the queen side. And white still seems okay, right? I'm still looking for the juice, Fabi. We're still wondering where your juice is at. The move looks like the right kind of move. Hearts of Fire, this bishop c6 move, it looks right. Is there any way he could play d5, get tempoed, and then come here? So basically, if white castles, my point is to get bishop d5, and I go after a2, like I've wanted to the whole time. Right? But there is a question whether white could just play e4, right? Defend the pawn and keep my bishop in this closet. Now there's definitely something to be done. Looking for rook c8 and so forth. Ah, but my own king doesn't have enough space to get out of the way of the rook. We could run the king towards b8. But that's going to be a little bit slow since we just sacked 2 pawns, maybe? Did I sacrifice 2 pawns to do this? And now the queen's like slowly coming back into the game. I'm trying to get my rook to the c-file, and this queen just coming back into the game by gobbling. Now I get my rook to the c-file. Finally, it's not even really making a threat yet. White's got 3 pawns extra in the center and just starts plopping stuff in the middle of the board. And rook h8 at some point here was only going to encourage the queen to start doing these same munchings that I just did, right? Our rook doesn't especially want to go to h8, but the queen does want to come back into the center. So I haven't found it yet. I've been searching. But I still haven't found this juice that I'm looking for. Morals is saying it looks tough for Fabi. That's just because we haven't found his idea yet. He's got something here. Okay, here's a suggestion, Morals. Let's just go tuck the king. White might castle, plausibly, and I just come over here. Okay, so all I'm doing is putting my king on the side where I'm strong. I'm preparing rook c8. Yeah, rook c2 was pretty simple, though. I mean, it wasn't like a surprise to Fabi, right? He attacked the pawn on a2 and white defended it. You know, that was basic stuff. That was basic stuff. You know, we can't give rook c2 an exclam or anything. It's just a basic move. Okay, so here's my idea. I'm just going to bring my rook to c8. And I'm just going to say I'm super strong on the queen side. You know? I'm super strong here. At some point I could break with d5 or b5. I also have this idea of like rook a3 and in some cases maybe even rook c3. I just get over here with this rook. Then I can also play a5 and stuff. If you ever play d5, you have to be sure that I don't have bishop takes d5. Right? I guess now with your rook defended, maybe you can do this. But let's just check. I'm going to sack a piece here for black. The material balance is super complicated, but you can think of this basically as a piece sack, folks, because queen for 2 rooks is, you know, pretty unclear. So we're going to come like this. Bishop d1, I have rook c1, and the bishop's in trouble. So we could try re-centralizing the queen through f7. I do a little back rank mate trick. Queen g6. Rook check. Knight here. b3. This is messy, right? This is messy. You can see what I'm up to. The point is basically I'm doing a piece sack for the A pawn and leaving white with basically no pieces that can really stop this pawn. Of course, white has, you know, here with counterplay, they're basically trying to save the game, and they do because they've got queen c4 in this line. So I'd have to go like here, and then white can take a draw with queen e8, etc. Yeah. So that's just one line. But at least I didn't lose for black, and I showed some true play there. There were a lot of other possibilities. I could have played more for back rank mate or more for queening my b pawn or some mix of the two, but we've got to move. Let's see what the top dogs have come up with. Rook c2, bishop c6, okay, it was on our list, but after castles, I hadn't found any special follow-up for Fabi. About White's queen, is it really valuable? No, I don't think that Keimer's pumped, or Keimer is pumped about where his queen is. I think if given time, he'd like to bring it back into the middle of the board. You know, one thing he could do at some point that's never come up that hasn't come up in our most recent variations, though, Lumbra, is at some point he could play bishop d3. And basically just, idea is just to trade on g6 and win a pawn, get the queen back in. And if knight e7, of course, his queen becomes less restricted. He should castle pretty quickly here. He does. Rook a3. So this is to more likely play b3. Right? Remember we had like bishop a4, rook b2, kind of going nowhere for black. So he plays rook a3. I've mentioned this move as possibly to play rook c3, possibly to play b3. And it just keeps the rook on a very active square, even if we don't do either of those moves. Even if we don't play rook c3 or b3, the rook is very good here. But yeah, Keimer's got all his chances. It prevents this bishop d3 move. So what does Keimer want to do? Knight f5, there's bishop e4. So maybe moving this rook to b1 could be logical. The other guys are moving. Magnus trades in the center and plays knight f4. So he's threatening knight g2 and also to damage White's pawn structure, right? So if White castles, then he could go here. Now, is that the end of the world for White? Not necessarily. As long as Black's bishop is on a8, you know, there's plenty of reason for White to say, I don't care about one little pawn weakness. But, okay, Sindarov throws a knight takes f6, hitting the rook on e8. Black probably can't play knight g2 now. They'd be down too much material after knight e8. Even knight d3, knight e8 looks perhaps impossible because knight e8 attacks the queen. So he probably takes back on f6. Sindarov hits a nice weak spot with the bishop. And then chases the knight. He's got the advantage. That's a beautiful position for him. That's a beautiful position for him. Magnus still has the bishop tucked on a8. And Sindarov's position is actually coordinated. He got into a weak spot. He hurt Magnus's pawn structure. He's going to get castled next move after this knight moves. If the knight moves. Does Magnus have some kind of juice? I think he's just getting into a position where he's positionally worse. I don't think there's any juice. I think there's just grim defense. I guess knight d5 is going to hit the b pawn, so White can't castle yet. So I might be speaking too soon. And it's not even... It's a little bit awkward to defend that pawn. I mean, your bishop on a1 is going to hate you if you play c3. And if you play b5, you're just losing control of all the light squares and developing the bishop on a8. Okay, maybe it's not so clear yet. Maybe it's not so clear yet. I'm feeling like we might have to play c3. Oh my god, my bishop's going to hate me. Did Fabi really play rook a3? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Vincent has not yet made another move after rook a3. All right, I'm sticking with White being better on both of these boards here. And let's check out some of the other boards. Rook takes g5 from Gukesh, knight g3. Maybe defending against rook h5. Did it even defend against rook h5? It also allows bishop f3 check. Rook h5, knight h5, bishop f3 check. King c2, rook b8. He didn't play rook h5, but honestly, I'm not even sure why not. Knight takes, check, here, here. Oh, the rooks are connected. So now he can defend himself. Yeah, and either check on e4, d3, and tactically it doesn't work for black. Okay. So, bishop g2, queen h4, bishop e7. Bishop retreats. Bishop retreats, threatening a4. Good golly. Okay, this may be madness, but I think Gukesh is maybe even like just a drop better throughout this phase, honestly. Ever since he took on g5. I don't know why I wrote equal before, because basically black has the bishop pair and slightly more active rooks. You know, good chances to be the one who owns the b file, etc. You know, or queen a4 and you just grab the a pawn, for all I know, right? Just play the game up a pawn. So, wait, rook g1? I mean, you can't take with the knight, you drop the whole queen. So, he would take with the king, I guess. And there's no good move for this rook anywhere? Rook g3, there's always queen g3. And against rook h5, she's got this square. And she can escape to f7 against g5 or whatever weirdness. Okay, so the queen's okay. But, I mean, potentially black could go here, here, trade it, and grab a pawn. That's one option. Not necessarily amazing, but certainly an option. To me, the simplest option is you take the open file. Right? And now I don't know what white wants. I just want to put the rook on b2. So you can worry about, you know, d2 and your king. And just so I've got the file. I just want that file. I clearly like Gukesh's position with rook b8, actually. Like, yeah, definitely. I don't like the 13 minutes on the clock. But, you know, Gukesh is Gukesh. He can do it. He can do it. Let's check on Naka's game. Noterbeck. Looks like Naka's gotten out of more or less any difficulties. Just on the surface, the position looks about equal. But we haven't seen this game for a long time, so let's have a little look at what happened. So last time we were here, they had traded the pawn on f6. And we talked about how, well, there's bishop takes f6, queen h7, but maybe if you like the a1 bishop, you could go bishop d3 and take h7 with that bishop instead. That is what he did. But I said, yeah, if you allow bishop f3, gf3, you're not going to be able to win any endgames, even up a pawn. Naka plays queen f4. He grabs this. Check. Black's looking fine already. So through this whole phase here, white technically has the bishop pair, but like a slightly worse pawn structure with two isolated pawns here. I feel like black's just fine. Looks like Noterbeck's avoiding a draw there that Naka was offering by repeating the knight moves. I don't know that Naka had to repeat the knight moves, but in any case, that board looks pretty equal to me. Yeah, the most boring position, so to speak, of these four would be Noterbeck versus Naka. And even this is not boring. If we were watching a normal chess tournament instead of Fischer Random, this might even be the most interesting position that we would have. You know, some of the other games would already be draws by now. Potentially. But the other three games are even more exciting, maybe just because of the presence of queens, you know, because this, like, almost nobody has successfully castled their king into a normal castled position today against Keimer. Keimer is the only one with, like, a normal secured king position. And so, like, all these games are going to be messy, right? And there's also, like, time trouble on top of it. Let's see what Keimer's done. H4. So he's going to hit this knight, send it to E7. And then maybe even play H6 and Queen F7, depending on how Black handled this, right? Like, let's say we play this move for Black. It's a normal move, just not the time to do it. But okay, just so I can make the point, or just so we can investigate this possible point. H6. The idea is just to hurt Black's light square control even more. Get the queen more into the middle of the board and find more squares for the knights to use. You could do that if you wanted to, Evan. I guess the reason would be that would again be a way to not play the opening. And the opening phase of chess used to be one of the three phases and has some interest to it for some people. So Fischer Random restores the opening as a phase where people can show their skills. This position looks very nice for white. I don't know if everybody else feels that the same as I do, but I could understand why Keimer would want to do this for sure. It seems to really open up the prospects for him to get after the light squares in the middle of the board here. So I like that. H4 is interesting. You know, and the knight doesn't have a lot of other squares to go to. So we can imagine it going to E7. And then from E7, it's not so obvious where it wants to go. And Black needs to come up with an answer to H5, H6. Sorry, that's just my chess.com being funny. He has not played knight takes H4. And there you have it, Evan. You see, Asher says the opening is by far my favorite phase. So there are people out there who want to play the opening. I also like the opening phase. Perhaps part of the reason why I like Fischer Random. Is Sindarov still stuck on this position? No. He sacked the B pawn, folks. Woo! Now that's brave. And then, of course, yeah, if you're going to sack the B pawn, you're going to break in the center with D4. Next, C5 from Magnus, fighting with fire. Sindarov can recover his pawn on H7, by the way, if he wants to, right? Whether he trades on C5 or E5. I think he's a little more likely to trade on C5, but honestly, who knows? It's hard to say. Magnus is saying, like, yeah, at some point here, I need to play B6 and get my bishop out. Even if I open up my king, I need to open up my bishop too. His prospects are maybe largely on this long diagonal towards white's king, right? This game is sick. And as Merles is saying, like, it's possible that next move Magnus doesn't even recapture on C5 with the bishop. Like, he might even play B6. Leaving this knight hanging too. Right? An idea, queen here, then you take here. And if this pawn can't move, you can play this next. Oh, but it can move. Because bishop takes b4 loses a piece. So white could trade into this endgame. And white is simply better, right? Maybe it's not easy. Maybe it's not easy. Feels like white would be... Oh, yeah, we can even take on f6. No, white is just too much better here. Sorry. We can't consider this endgame too seriously from black's side. I know there's some isolated pawns for white, but black's like dropping every pawn they have. So maybe if he takes on c5, Magnus will have to play bishop c5 before b6. But his plan definitely seems to be b6. Asher thinks that Sindarov will take on e5 instead of c5 for some reason. I don't know what the preference would be or why. I also think c3 is like a candidate move for white. Probably black's knight's just heading back to c6 in that case. Yeah. And I certainly don't know what's going on with this position. I think Magnus's king is defensible behind this pawn majority at the moment. Merles, do you think he wants to throw in c4 for some reason? Maybe lock up the queen side a little bit more. It does sort of bury this piece and allows you to go to d5 or d3 with the knight next move. Yeah, there's so many possibilities, and they're not clearly right or wrong, you know? Like, when you say c4, I say, oh yeah, that looks plausible. It doesn't mean that knight c6 doesn't look plausible either, right? Like, this looks fine for black as well. Very, very hard to evaluate. I would still slightly prefer to play white, but normally, like, as a human, I would call this position unclear, right? In the sense that basically that's the cop-out evaluation from the old days where you had no idea what the evaluation was. We try to put some kind of guess of an evaluation in general in the dojo. We try to guess the evaluation even if we truly don't know. Basically, it's a way of saying, like, we're comfortable with being wrong. You see what I mean? Instead of just saying, I don't know, we guess. And then we can learn something from being corrected as we learn. Or as we, you know, gradually find out what the evaluation might have been. So, yeah. In the old days, I would just say, I don't know. But now, I'm going to guess that white is a tiny bit better, despite the insane mess. Black's pieces are all going to be pretty good, though. And there is a little weakness here. And white sacked a pawn temporarily. So you need to either spend time getting it back, or we have to count being down a pawn in the evaluation. Okay. I'm going to change my guess to equal. Equal but super complicated, right? Oh, Fabi's still pondering h4. One move he might play is rook c3. Then as white, this is a new option. We could trade it, knight here, and then just zip back here. Super simple. We give up on the complicated h6, queen f7, dynamic stuff, and we just say, I'm poised to win a pawn. I mean, what would Vincent like better than that? Not so many things. And you see the bishop on f8 is still limited for the moment. Black doesn't want to play g6. They could try playing d5. But it's, yeah, I guess they would probably try playing d5 because they need to do something. But at this point, it's kind of opening up their own king. Right? d5. Threatening to take the bishop by defending the queen. If black had rook c8 there, they could have played it. But as is, we're just getting a pawn up endgame for white. Black does have a pawn majority and a bishop versus knight. So it's not over, but white's rook is like first on the scene, right? So you would definitely guess white has some amount of advantage here in this kind of a line. right here as black, I'm like dying to play rook c8. I think it would change the whole game, but I just can't play it. So rook c3 I don't think is good enough for black. White comes back, wins the pawn. And yeah, black can't quite prove it. Would I give up my amazing position for a pawn? Yeah, it's not that amazing a position. It's a good position. And it's good after I win the pawn. What am I supposed to do instead after rook c3? You want me to spend tempi like running away from the rook trade? Or you want me to trade and then still go for h6 here? You thought this stuff was more amazing? But now, I mean, the c-pawn, if we leave it alive, it's always some counterplay. I mean, I still think white's better here too, Merles. So if this is your taste, I mean, I wouldn't tell you you can't play like this as white. You know, bishop a4 to be able to protect the pawn. Maybe d5 from white to you know, even lock in those light squares some more. Just plop the knight on d4. Yeah, it looks pretty good for white. Looks pretty good for white. I'm a little nervous leaving this pawn here when I've only got one piece that can stop it. But I guess, you know, I guess the one piece I have will stop it. Yeah. Okay, the h6 stuff is pretty good. And we can feel that Fabi didn't have like a really clear idea on what his counterplay was on the queen side. Like he felt that he wanted to go get counterplay there with rook a5, rook a3, but he didn't show anything really clear. Vincent has played like, you know, a slightly slow move here with h4, and Fabi's not pouncing on him on the queen side. You know, something like b3 is going to be not that fast at all with the a pawn compared to white taking over the middle of the board with this Vincent plan. With, you know, d5, knight d4 coming. The a pawn is just way slow here compared to the pace of this game, I think. As I suddenly get it running. Well, I didn't even take time to save my rook, which probably I have to. Knight check. Good night. You know, a3, whatever, we can deal with it. There's just one rook supporting the pawn, and white's got two rooks defending it, and bishop on f8 is just out of the game. It's just lost. And Merles thinks black might already be lost, basically, in the game position. And or maybe he says if white accomplishes this, and we don't yet see how black does anything in the meantime. Yeah, I don't honestly see a way to stop the pawn from getting to h6 here. I don't see any good variation for black yet, no. Everything I've looked at has been basically strategically lost, Merles. I would agree with you. Once that queen gets to f7, it feels more or less like it's already lost. I mean, bishop f8 to have a different square for the knight. h5, knight here, queen here. I'm going to mercilessly try and kill this pawn. I actually care about it. Plus, I want a queen, since I've been left with this pawn, right? The black's moving around this piece in circles, but it's not really going anywhere. And let's just get back to queening, right? Yeah, it does kind of just look winning for white. All right, Blub Up. I don't know what you do for work, but I hope it's rewarding and interesting. Fabi's under real pressure. It's true, because like everything we've looked at wasn't just good for Vincent, it was winning at this point. All this h5, h6 stuff. Is there some other way to move this knight? This is so strong, actually. And we didn't guess this h4 plan. Vincent played it, and then we understood it. But we hadn't mentioned it or seen it. It hadn't appeared on our radar till he actually did it. I had this idea of bishop d3, you may remember. And, you know, and then just going and taking the knight and breaking the light squares. And that seemed kind of nice. And I feel like one of the things rook a3 did was avoid that. But this h4, now suddenly, it's not very far away. It's about to be fast. And Fabi's going to be lost, completely lost. And having not found anything for him for like 10 or more minutes, we're going to tentatively upgrade that evaluation. Say he's lost. We're going to check on Sindarov. He traded on e5, so Asher guessed that one correctly. We all guessed Magnus's next move correctly with b6, but I don't think we get any credit for that. Starting to feel like Magnus's rooks in the center are better than White's rooks, no? Like you're not checkmating Black in time here. Maybe rook e1 here is logical. But let's just check whether or not this wins the game. Oh, my rook e1 move turned out good. Oh, I'm kind of sick today, Lorena. Like yesterday I was just starting to be a little bit sick. Today I'm more sick. Ugh. Sick. Hiss boo. Okay, rook e1, that worked out well against the first move from Magnus. I didn't even see queen c6, bishop e4 when I played rook e1. It was just like an instinct move. You know, it was just like maybe centralize my rook, maybe there's some important squares on the open files in the middle of the board. Now I love that, you know, I don't just lose to queen c6 or queen b7. That makes me feel better about this. Merles thinks black is definitely better with the rooks on the better squares and stuff. My symptoms, just my nose running nonstop and my throat a little, you know, basic minor cold symptoms. I'm not suffering by normal standards. Like if I didn't have to talk for 4 hours straight, I wouldn't be minding being this sick. I wouldn't mind. It's not bad enough that I would complain. It doesn't combo well with streaming. Might be annoying for other people when I talk, but now it's also annoying for me at the same time. Rook e1 looks okay. Yep, no suffering. No complaints. No, I don't. I should drink a tea, but I would have to take a break from streaming to make it. After rook e1, I don't think white's too bad, Merles. I agree. I'm starting to feel like maybe black's a little bit better, but I don't think it's dramatic. I like this rook e1 move. And I have things I want to do with white, you know. I have things I want to do. Like, I want to play a5 at some point to trade off my isolated pawn so I don't lose the endgame as badly to Magnus later. You know, always in the back of your mind, like, anytime you're playing him, you're like, oh, how am I going to get ground down in this position? So you go like a5. With the theory that black can't really trade. A, their structure might be terrible. B, c3 might win the knight if they take it. And then I just want to trade it on b6 so I don't have that isolated a pawn for later. Other thing I might want to do is grab this pawn if given a shot. And yeah, a5 and ab6, that'll start introducing c3 as an escape valve as well if black has to keep the b file defended. But I do think I need to play rook e1 first. So let's play a5 here instead of rook e1, right? Queen here. Game over in one move, right? That was simple. Okay, well, I mean, the position's has a pretty simple element to it, in other words. Black's just going to do this, and white has to come up with a robust plan against it or resign, you know? Or resign. Sankla Priya. As far as I can tell, Firouzja was in such a mess or such a trance state today that he didn't notice queen g4 and failed to notice and capture the trapped knight on h5 in the game with Gukesh, which is this game over here. A few moves were played in this game. Let's see what happened. We had queen c6, rook g1 last time we were here. Rook b8. Yes, I got that move too. 9 minutes and 30 seconds for Gukesh to take the open file. Queen f4, fighting for the e2 square. He's going to throw in the check first. Oh my god! Look what Gukesh did! He got style points at least. I didn't see that tactic coming. I did want the open b file. Okay, the rook's got to move away. It's an exciting move, but it doesn't, unfortunately, end the game. If this bishop were defended by a pawn, you know, black could do something like this, maybe. Maybe there'd be something. Or I guess even simpler, you could just play rook b1 and win the game if your bishop were defended on f3. But it's not. So he has to trade off in the game. Trades off. He wants to defend f7, I think, here, more than he wants to take a2. Similar feeling to the Kamer game over here, right? If the f7 pawn falls, it really messes with your king position in the center. So he doesn't want to allow this queen into here. It really messes with him. So he goes queen g6, d3, rook check, defends, comes back. So rook b2 check was just to discoordinate the white rook, so it's harder for them to challenge the file. The game goes on. Black is still a little bit better in this game, but it's well within the defending margin for white, you know? Black's king is open, black's bishop is bad. It's pretty close to equal. I guess just like a little edge for black based on the b file, and that's basically it. That's very close to equal. White's okay. You know, they can do this important thing of putting the queen on the weak long diagonal at some point, right? It's annoying that you can't take with your knight on e4 here, because positionally that would be beautiful. So if you go queen e4 here, you would have to trade like this. You mix up your pawn structure a little bit. And yeah, I don't know. Black might be able to press the endgame a little bit. Alternatively, you could go to f3. That's something black might worry about. And finally, this knight is pinned. Why don't we just go here? Take our own open file. Rook h1, queen f3. Honestly, that feels fully equal. Yeah, I mean, the combination of ugly pawns and going into an endgame is not like an ideal combo, you know. It's probably not just you who would struggle with playing the endgame after pawn takes e4. But let's keep it in the middle game. Maybe rook h1, queen f3. Emphasize the weak light squares. And white should be equal, actually. I'm going to downgrade black's advantage. It's just based on an open file, and white could take one too. The rook on g5 is a bit awkward for Gukesh here. You know, it's not doing much. His queen's just defending f7. Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like that's about equal. So we've got several balanced games now, right? That means out of all these 4 games, I actually think 3 of them are straight up equal. Not because the players played, you know, perfectly 99% accuracy or whatever. Not because of that. But just because that's where they've shaken out. But there's one board with like a really clear advantage. Fabi has been frozen in place. Oh no, he finally played bishop a4 after 17 minutes. Rook c to c1 hanging a2. What? Why didn't he go rook b2? Why didn't he take a2? Oh, we missed something here, folks. Now there's counterplay with the b pawn. What happened there? I mean, Fabi's clock is like ticking down like crazy, which tells us that Vincent is comfortable and Fabi is uncomfortable. But why did he not play rook b2? Was that not the intention all along? What on earth? Like, he's only played rook c2 like 2 moves ago to defend this pawn. Rook c1? That's going to be hard for me to understand. It's going to be hard for me to catch up with what's going on and understand why that made sense. Because now, I mean, there's some real counterplay. I mean, I could still believe that white wins with h6, queen f7, knight e6. Right? There's still a great plan for white here. I'll just put b3 on the board for anyone who's joining us more recently to illustrate. This is like white's plan for taking over the game. It's called breaking the light squares. Right? Because you've traded your dark squared bishop for a knight. It makes sense in general. Like, that's like the #1 plan in any game where you've traded your dark squared bishop for a knight, is you're trying to break the opponent's light squares. This is white's idea, and yeah, I mean, it's like, looks pretty good, but, you know, this b pawn is some counterplay. You know, it makes me have to calculate. If instead he had played rook b2, a5, h5, knight here. Let me just give this as a contrast for you all. h6. You know, this pawn is driving, black's taking it automatically because I've shown people earlier that if you let white take on g7, the pawn is basically queen slash, you know, it's going to cost black a piece. So that's why black always takes. Then we go here. If I put this on the board for argument's sake, we thought this is just not only lost for black, but there's like nothing to calculate. Black's just literally doing nothing. Just waiting for a white knight to come in somewhere good. So, very confusing that the rook that he literally brought to c2 2 moves ago, he doesn't put it on b2. I don't see the tactical flaw with the rook on b2. But in any case, he puts it to c1, a5 comes in, h5, d5, and he gets the knight to d4 nicely. But it feels like he's going to have to calculate now, right? This game, move from Sindarov, rook fd1. David told you to put that on e1. What? He leaves the piece hanging. Oh my god, Sindarov. All right, here's what he's got in mind. Even if black takes on d1. Queen f3. Right? He's going to go rook check? No, but then black can block on d6. So he goes here, here, rook check, king c7. How does this even work? Rook d7. If the black king ever steps on a square like c6, you can take the queen on f3, right? So it has to come back here, here, here. And I guess he has a draw. Now, he could even be insane and try to win. Setting up queen d7 mate. Black has to block. And bishop e7, my idea is to take, and win like this. However, black also has checkmate on e1. So white would be mated here after bishop e7. And I was also thinking maybe black has an even more sterling move. Rook e7, right? Hitting the queen. Because if pawn takes, we deliver one of these mates. But it looks like rook e7 and bishop e7 both win for black here. So I guess he would take the draw by perpetual there. With rook d8, rook d7. So after ef6, he's got 10 minutes left, and Magnus is thinking. Oh, Merles, you're wondering, does he have like rook d7 check then? Okay, let's check that variation again. So we go rook d1, rook d1. We take the piece white's offering. Check here, check here, check. Okay, we repeat once, then we take on f7. Now you want rook e7, rook d7. That looks like it's still... Yeah, that looks actually good for white. There's still a checkmate if black takes. You're absolutely right. And if the king goes to the back rank, there's going to be queen f8 with checkmate. And if the king comes up, it blocks this checkmate. So white could do a variety of things, but, you know, pawn takes rook would be logical. No, it's not just you, Lorena. They've come up with this crazy set of pieces and board just for this event, and almost nobody can see it nor like it, but we can't change it either. So it is not you. It is definitely a very bizarre choice. So that would mean the only defense would be bishop e7. And then rook d7 check is still maybe playable for white. If the king goes to the back rank, we assume we still have back rank mate. And if the king comes up, we can go rook takes, stopping back rank mate. And now it's really a question of who's mated and to what degree, right? White's still down a piece. If black takes here, white maybe checkmates first? No. Oh, wait, was there queen e6? Hang on. Did I miss mate in 1 here? That would be easier. Moves on Fabi's board. Let's see. Knight d4, queen d7, rook a1. I don't know what he's even playing for with that move. Rook d2, avoiding the rook trade. I don't know what's going on between Keimer and Fabi. We would really have to concentrate there to try and keep up. Okay, so can't take the bishop with the rook. Maybe with the queen. Oh, no, I played rook e7. Right, okay, maybe queen here. Queen check. King here. Oh, man, the pawn defending the rook is just what white needed to ultimately be able to force the king to give up the a8 bishop with check, right? No, wait. Better than that. Rook takes. Queen takes. Queen takes. King takes. Oh, I love it. I love it. I had a variation like that earlier today
where a single pawn triumphs at the end after trading everything off and the opponent's got several extra minor pieces left. And then you just queen one pawn and win the game. Okay, so Magnus has found something else after some real calculation work here. Bishop b7. You know, just a simple move. Basically, queen f3 didn't work. We just calculated it. It was probably losing. At minimum, white had an easy draw after queen f3. Probably white's even winning. He's just going to tuck his king on a8. And this fancy move instead of rook e1, I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I guess white's going to be reduced to playing bishop g4 in a moment. Like, just because there's only so much you can do. Sindarov is still in good form today, yes, but so is Magnus. So he's got his work cut out for him. You know, he's got 9 minutes on the clock. And bishop g4! Sometimes you just got to do it, you know? Sindarov is a big fan of doing that, you know? Like, when you just got to do something, you just do it. Play the move you have to. And, you know, avoid immediately losing, and then, you know, let your opponent find something if they have something. How we're feeling about this game here is that it's about equal, but absolutely wild, right? With a lot of tactical possibilities, and the king's not in great shape. Magnus's king is pretty safe at the moment. Bishop b7 was a nice move. It cleaned up a lot of things about his position. White's up a pawn now, but I don't love it. I don't love it. Rook fd1 was super clever, but honestly, my plain vanilla rook e1 was a little bit sounder, maybe. Magnus presses white's queen, which is low on squares. The queen would almost be trapped after queen c3, knight a2. This is about as close as you can get to trapped, but you could trade rooks and centralize her, which is not too bad, in addition to queen b2. I guess also here, he could play rook d8, queen e3, which then on knight c2, at least you've got checks. Queen c3 is the most obvious move. You could go rook d8 and bishop e5. Gotta do something pretty quickly for Sindarov. h6 has been played over on this board. h6, gh6. And strangely, Vincent stopping to think here. This is like the most obvious position of all, is queen f7. Gaining this e6 square. Then maybe black has in mind something like rook d4. Vincent plays bishop h5 first. When he was sitting there thinking, I thought maybe this is why. There is this trick that when the bishop's on f7, black could potentially move the knight and sort of open up the queen along this row here. Yeah, I'm sure queen f7 was good, and he's going for something even better because the bishop on e2 was not amazing. He's going to put it on f7 and leave his queen kind of covering the queening square on b1, right? So he's sort of like, there's a measure of, you could say caution, but it's more like, you know, it's keeping the queen sort of more multi-purpose in a way. Looks like maybe black wants to move the king to make room for the rook. But if he doesn't make use of tactics, his queen needs to keep this defended, so then he's got to go here. Knight e4 comes with tempo 2. It's pretty tragic looking for black. Pretty tragic. Okay, so he just snaps off that knight in advance, does Fabi. We could see that coming. Vincent's ready for it. I can't keep up with all the tactics that Vincent and Fabi are calculating, but I am still feeling that it's a winning position for Vincent, so I'm not switching my evaluation based on some of the surprise moves, you know? I don't know why Vincent gave his A-pawn. The position's messier than it was otherwise. Fabi's going to sack 2 exchanges now. That's what he's showing his willingness here with bishop b3. Right? He's saying, yeah, do like queen f7. Yeah, bishop here. Rook here. Bishop here. Queen here. Queen here. 2 exchanges. And, you know, I'll just play this position with 3 passed pawns. You know, it's hard to play, hard to get purchase for white. And Vincent says, yeah, you're not getting this c-pawn, my friend. I'm not giving up all my center pawns. That's too easy for you. So he goes queen d3, tempos the bishop, Fabi defends it. Sorry about that. And now, probably bishop f7. We have to check if there's any scintillating knight moves, right? But, you know, the most obvious scintillating knight move, he could just save the bishop while he takes it. And now he's up everything. I mean, a rook and domination with this bishop not very useful. What else is there? Knight f5. Bishop e8 looks okay there. Bishop e6 looks okay there. Oh, Vincent's already played a move. Rook fb1. Dang. He's in a very safe, full-on evil mode here as Vincent. And he's saying, look, yeah, I give you a chance to save the pawn and your rook. This is like the move that would do it. Right? And he's like, now evaluate this position for me, Fabi. Evaluate this position. Your bishop on f8 can't move. I'm going to collect b4. My rook's going to come to a7 or a8, depending how you play the queen side. Every single one of your pawns is isolated. Technically, you're ahead by 1 pawn at the moment. Every single one is isolated. So, yeah. Interesting. Fabi plays knight c8. I mean, what else is he going to do? White could also keep an extra exchange with bishop d1. I think is also probably winning. Let's just check. I mean, it's only winning if we can collect these pawns. So let's make sure that we can. If we collect all the queenside pawns, you see that, you know, we can win based on the exchange, right? I don't know. I'm going to try and get my bishop out for black. Don't really see how to stop this. Oh, maybe I could have tried b5 here. Queen a5. Oof. King e7, rook e1 is like mate. So you got to go here. And then I start to collect. Here. Knight b6 is the last hope. I had this idea here that like rook e1 might suddenly mate from the other side. The point being that if black trades rooks, and there's this threat, you know, queen d7 hangs the knight, and knight d7 hangs queen a4 and all those pawns. But maybe black can sort of like limp on with bishop e7, right? So in this position, I'm thinking maybe I play knight f5 first, right? Just come to an amazing square. What black piece can move? You know, and maybe rook e1 next to checkmate on e8. A little bit hard to stop for black. They can move almost nothing. Maybe bishop e7, rook e1, and it's the same thing as if I'd played rook e1, bishop e7, and then knight f5. Anyway, I would believe that bishop d1 is probably winning. Can I give back my exchange here as well? What's the score? If this b-pawn's dead, then white will be up a pawn plus this bishop versus this knight situation. I wonder if black can still castle here. Let's just check. Oh no, the queen's on the diagonal. Ugh, that's rough. Yeah, so that's winning for white as well. Vincent's got a lot of choices then. I mean, a lot of good lines. He's thinking here, rook b3 or bishop d1. Both seem to be winning. I don't know if he had something else in mind when he chose not to take on f7. He should have had at least one idea in mind of what he wanted to do when he chose to go for this position. Knight e4, queen f5 doesn't look quite right. Oh my god, Vincent. Twisting and turning. That's wrong, though. That's wrong. I mean, I understand you might still be winning. I understand you want to go knight d2 and just clean everything up, but that is definitely the wrong move. There's some time and space here for Fabi to do something. I mean, his position is a rag, but you're taking too long, Vincent, and you're trying to be too safe. It's not proper. Let's see what's happening with Magnus. Queen c3, a5, trades, queen into the middle of the board. King is so safe for Magnus now. Looks like he's better. A-pawn's hanging. He's got an open file. But Sindarov's resourceful, and it's not over. I mean, all Sindarov's pieces can sort of play. You know, and the H-pawn is hanging. And then, you know, the F-pawn, and then it feels a little bit like you guys know the Botvinnik variation of the Semi-Slav, for those of you who are, you know, real chess theory hounds. It's starting to feel a bit like that, right? Where you could get one of these, and basically what's really typical of the Botvinnik Semi-Slav is that like one side is queening pawns on one side of the board and the other side is queening pawns on the other side of the board. They're these like, it's characterized by these race endgames. Right? Here I think black's winning this one. Because the C pawn is so much faster than the H pawn right now. But I didn't see how to avoid the queen trade because my rook on b1 was hanging here, and I just didn't trust bishop f5 leaving this undefended. But maybe I should have. You know, maybe that's... No, it was this move. I think I even saw to this move before I stopped with bishop f5 in my head. So I still threatened the rook. I still threatened queen f2 and bishop f3. So it's just, white's just dead. Dead and gone. Tu faut quelque chose? Oui.
Do you think I could wake mom up or not? Because it's now after 7 and there's a lot of stuff to do this morning.
Peut-être tu peux commencer sur les choses que tu veux faire.
I don't know.
Et la laisser dormir un peu. Tu sais pas le trouver?
Well, I saw it.
donne-lui encore 20 minutes, ok?
Okay.
Merci. Okay, so queen f5. Sorry about that. Bishop c5, nice. Square for that piece. The last piece gets active. Bishop c3. I think planning a really humble defensive move as necessary, or perhaps defending against a certain threat. Let me show you the threat. Maybe this was the threat, right? Rook to d2. The knight on f3 can't move because of checkmate on g2, right? And then you just go after this square, and black takes over. I think Magnus is much better, actually. I don't know if he's been much better this whole time, but I think he's much better. Fabi must have moved because he just doesn't have a lot of time. He's played b5. That's exactly right. Like, you're giving him time to do this, Vincent. You take... He wants to play like bishop c2 or queen c3 and escape into some kind of an endgame. Oi. Oi, this was so winning before. Knight f1, what a lemon. Ah, Vincent. Vincent, come on, man. Moving backwards. Like, there's a limit to how much you can sort of control everything and play the whole board. I know Fabi's on the back foot, but I mean, he's allowed to make pawn sacks at some point in these opposite colored bishop style positions. And his pieces are going to come out at some point. Oh, God. Your best move now might be bishop d1, which, you know, should have been played before. Like, here's what bishop d1 might look like now. He's played knight e3 instead. But bishop d1 now, you know, maybe takes, and then you can capture one of these pawns next, which looks fine. Or if queen c3, you can trade, takes, right? And it looks like this c-pawn is gone. And white's still up in exchange. I mean, they should still be completely winning. In the game, also, white's still up in exchange. Okay, he's still winning, I guess. I'm reacting too negatively to a bad move, but his position's so good. Magnus is insane. He's just winning with rook to d3, says Merles. Let's see it. He didn't play it. He played knight c2. Maybe you meant rook d3 next move, right? Maybe you'd seen the knight c2 move before me. Okay, so if queen c2, what was the point? I guess rook d3 there, with the idea of sacking on f3 and taking here. If you defend f3, then yes, you lose back the piece. If king g2, that's not enough defense. Black takes anyway. Let's say the king starts running out of the light squares. Takes. The idea is going to be bishop e4, bishop d3. White's probably lost, but yeah, it's a deep calculation or instinct from Magnus. So rook c1, knight e3. That's it. Black is winning. And like white is resigning or something by now. Might already be over. Knight e3. Pawn takes. Check. And just take the rook. Now, Magnus has a rook against a knight. Plus this knight is just tied up. Plus he's got the best passed pawn on the board. Sindarov's king runs. Sindarov's like defense is incredible, but I mean there's limits. There's limits to everything. There are positions that just break. And here Magnus can do anything. You know, rook d5, h5 looks effective. Rook d3 looks simply killer. There's this knight e5 move against rook d3, but you just check on g2. Right? So we just threaten to take the knight. If it moves, we give check. And then take over here. Or queen h2 first. I don't know or care. And if instead white tries to save this bishop somewhere, right, then the idea is we just take here and play this endgame with an extra piece, full extra bishop. You know, so yeah, he's just got an overwhelming material advantage plus the c pawn plus, you know, the safer king plus just everything. All right, let's see what Vincent's doing. Knight e3, knight b6, rook c1, bishop f3, defending his d5 pawn, f5, you know, getting the bishop out from g7. It's a bit messy, Vincent, but yeah, okay, you're up in exchange and Fabi's king is dead. So I guess you can do it like this, but I feel like trying to make it clean, you made it less clean, right? Because now it's this whole mess where like bishop g7, you've got rook c6, and you're like direct attacking black's king, but all the black pieces got out, you know? Like if I were white, I would fudge this up against Fabi because it's that complicated. And previously, he had a position that I couldn't have fudged up. But I guess he's got 15 minutes and he's in great form. He'll be able to pull this off. I think he's gonna manage it somehow, Vincent. Magnus has not made a finishing touch yet on his board. Glance over here for those worried about Firouzja and Gukesh. Looks like Firouzja is better with the knight on d5, at least better. I don't have enough time to see if he's winning or not because I'm more focused on these two other games that we're already looking at, which are really intense. So we'll stick with them. Queen f5, bishop g7, queen f4. Yeah, I thought he might even defend the pawn. I was like, you know, rook c6, bishop d4, rook takes. I mean, it looks good, but no. Gamer's like, no, I can't even let your bishop come out on d4 here. It means he does give Fabi the chance to maybe take on d5 with the knight. Oh, then he's got queen d6. Yeah, well, Fabi's got to defend d6, I guess. But as soon as he backs off, like something like this, as soon as he takes his pressure off of d5, I think the game's going to be over. You know, so this is like a critical variation. In this position here, you know, Vincent will be up a full rook at this point. But if Fabi backs up at some point, right, and the pressure's off d5, then he's not really playing for anything much anymore. You know, well, I mean, maybe he's still like, you know, queen b5, queen b6, the passed pawns. Maybe he can keep it going a little bit. But honestly, I mean, like in this particular position, a move like bishop g4 threatening rook c8 would win. Magnus has won his game. He played rook d3, bishop d4, queen d5, and there was the resignation there. So Magnus 1. Sindarov 0. Yeah, this would be the end. This bishop g4 move. It looks like Fabi is still thinking after queen f4. He's got 1 minute left. And yeah, if he backs up to defend this pawn, then he's kind of giving away his last threats almost, right? It's a brutal moment for him. And you know, in a 2-game match, you lose 1 game, you're in trouble. You know, you're a long way from saving the match once that happens. They've got a 30-second time control. But Merle says that maybe Fabi could castle here. Oh, yeah. He should definitely castle Merle's. The problem is that, you know, maybe then Vincent goes knight f5 and switches back to this side. I mean, obviously, there's all kinds of problems, you know, and the problem is he's down material, and the problem, right? But castles is the closest thing to keeping the game going. He played bishop f8 after lengthy thought. So he takes the pressure off d4, comes back to cover this, and I think Vincent will swoop in with rook c6, just tightening the noose now that he controls the whole board. Takes pressure off of d5, adds pressure to d6. You know, you can double and go for mate. He's played something. It was rook c6. Goodness gracious. a3. Fabi works with what he's got. Vincent was prepared for that. He sacks his rook for Fabi's terrible bishop, but he just wants to go queen b4 and clean up the queen side. He just wants to pick up the pieces, basically, right? And Fabi's going to spend a few seconds thinking about moves like king c8 here. His position is so dire. Now, king c8, bishop g4 is no solution. But, you know, bishop d6, queen d6, knight d7, queen b4 is kind of going to clean him up in a moment. Okay, so he goes knight d7 just to gain a tempo. So I'll just quickly show you folks like what it looks like if he takes, right? Check. Here, queen b4. Bishop gets hit, a pawn drops. Basically, white's up 3 pawns for nothing in that situation. If this bishop even has a square to go where you don't lose the bishop, right? Actually, I don't see that. The bishop looks trapped on white's side of the board. So, knight d7. And the idea would be, like, let's say you play something like bishop g4, that he's going to take, and that gave him, like, a tempo, and maybe something like here to defend this pawn. Although, you know, white's not even down material, so they should be able to come up with any number of ways to claim a very clean advantage for white. Rook a6 from Vincent has been played. So envisioning queen b5, rook a8, I guess, and saying now you can't trade your bishop for my rook. And it looks like Fabi resigned here. He just ran out of moves worth playing. Wow. And Keimer looks like he might be winning this super tournament. Ahead of all the top 10 players in the world except Eric Geisy. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, this performance. And this game was pretty dominant. I mean, I didn't even understand his sacking of the A-pawn, which made things relatively complicated. Merci. Does my dog know how to play chess? No. No. Yeah, I understand some people watching might be asking, why does Fabi even resign here, right? Show us the win. What's going on? Yeah, that's a good point. Blib up. I feel like it's just kind of like he just ran out of moves, right? Oh yeah, I thought Keimer had the least chance of winning this tournament of anybody in the tournament. If you'd asked me before the first round of the Rapid or the first round of the main event, I would have told you of all the 10 players that Keimer had the least chance of winning the whole thing. I guess the only exception to that is I thought that Aronian had like the least chance of qualifying from the Rapid. But if Aronian had qualified from the Rapid, I would have favored him in the classical portion. I could not be more wrong and surprised by Keimer's performance here. That said, Mark Yakub is correctly pointing out that Ali Reza would have said the same thing as me, right, Sanyam? Ali Reza would have also given Keimer the lowest chance of winning this tournament of any of the players because he first picked him, and everybody knew he would first pick him. When Sindarov came to take second pick, the organizer Jan Butna even told him, Keimer's not available anymore. Truly, folks, I saw this little live clip of when the players were picking who they would play against, They asked Faruja who he's playing, he's just like, Vincent. And they're like, okay, Javokir, who do you want to play against? And no, Vincent's not available anymore. Truly. Truly. So I think that this is one of the greatest tournament sensations, one of the greatest surprises, period. Oh yeah, they were showing a lot of Vincent's face during that video, Merles. I think this is one of the most surprising and sensational tournament results we've seen. Period. One of the most surprising tournament wins ever. If he does finish this against Fabi tomorrow, obviously Fabi will have the white pieces tomorrow, and he's come back from being down a game several times. But let's say even if he loses to Fabi tomorrow, we would still say that Vincent's performance here is one of the most shocking performances that there's been, in a chess tournament. We get upsets game by game in chess, and those are exciting, but you basically never have an outsider win a whole tournament. Like Nijat Abbasov wasn't going to win the candidates last year. Obviously, Keimer is closer to these guys than Abbasov, but compared to the candidates tournament last year, Magnus is playing in this tournament, right? Plus, like, all the candidates level players. So it's like the candidates plus Magnus, and then for Keimer to win is just like, what? So, yeah, one of the most sensational things we've ever seen, at least in my recent memory, which is not a very good memory. I have a fairly poor memory, but still. Incredible. Folks, do you want to see a little bit like the end of this position, like why Fabi's resigning? Let's just see what moves he could play. Let's start with queen takes b5. If there were a good move for Fabi, it would be to take on b5. Why? Well, that defends this pawn, gets rid of a white pawn, and connects with the bishop a little bit so it doesn't end up getting trapped like in some variations. Right? Plus taking your opponent's pieces is good. Problem is rook a8 check. You can't block with the knight because the queen on f4 is on that square as well, right? So you would lose the queen. Can't get out at c7 because the queen's on it, right? So king here. And, I don't know, maybe d6 check. I mean, knight f5 might also win very quickly, but d6 check, king here. And now we're just like playing with this king. We're just having fun, rook check, bishop e7. Just fun. So that cleanly rules out queen takes b5, right? No queen takes b5. What is Keimer even threatening here? Maybe not much, Maybe there's a threat of going d6 if black played a passing move. Like if black just said, okay, I can't do anything, what are you doing? Maybe Vincent would play d6, opening up the bishop and closing in the black king. Oh, that's pretty nasty. But it does allow knight b8. So let's see. Queen b5. Rook check. We soldier on grimly, right? As Fabi here. God, it's so nasty, but you still have to finish it off. You always have to finish it off. d7, trying to win the knight. There's king d7. Rook a7. Maybe there's some kind of a checkmate there. Right? Let's try. d7. Threatening rook b8, right? King d7. Rook check. And now the king's got a variety of squares he can go to. On c8 or d8, there's queen c7 mate. That leaves one square on the board here. And d5 check at least wins the queen. Queen f7 might also be a faster mate, but this is pretty clear, right? That white's winning. Okay, so I think not only do I not see a move for Fabi to play here, folks, but I think Vincent has a very powerful threat to go d6. And then it opens up that bishop on f3. It boxes the black king in on the back rank. And then from there, rook to a8 will be played, defended by the bishop. So actually, all the way to the end, this is extremely powerful and precise play by Vincent. I mean, I didn't even see rook a6 in this position. I didn't even see his last move coming. Okay? Partly because there's so many winning moves for white here, let's say. But, you know, but there's something very, like, full board vision that he's got going on at this tournament, right? Like his g5 move against Magnus, affecting that exchange, sacking the center pawns. Here, somehow he's spotting rook a6, using the bishop on f3, which has just been overprotecting this pawn, to finish the game off on the back rank. His ability to switch, like, focus super quickly in this game from, like, I'm trying to win by taking f7, which is still alive in the final position, right? To I'm trying to, you know, attack the king, to I'm trying to break up the queenside pawns. He's switching back and forth so quickly. And I apologize, Vincent, for hating that one move, knight f1. But I loved most of your moves. So don't be too mad at me. And hopefully winning these many games will put Vincent in a good mood, period. I don't think he's going to be feeling too mad when he's sated with all the, you know, souls of the top 10 players in the world. He's going to have a very big belly by the end of this event. All right, shall we check on the 5th and 7th place matches briefly? I think we're comfortable with why Vincent's winning at the end here. Yes, Keimer worked as a second for Gukesh in the World Championship. Absolutely right. All right. How are we doing here? Gukesh is getting sort of stuffed by this knight on d5, but he hasn't lost a pawn yet. You know, he's still alive, like the knight on the bridge, gets his pawn to a3, so that if his rook ever gets loose, the counter plays very fast. $50 seconds on the clock against 17 minutes for Fallujah. White's definitely better. Not sure if it's winning or not. Let's check on the other endgame. Bishop pair against knight pair, but Naka is up a pawn, and I don't know what the bishops are fishing for on the queen side. I'm going to take that position. We're going to be able to watch both of these at once now. Put that position down here. And open up the other game here. So now we can watch both of them at once as they're still going. It's really exciting to see the new talents, Finvar. I've spent, as I said, I've spent like 15 years rooting for Magnus at every tournament and predicting him to win every tournament. And it was great fun. But I'm actually also enjoying the fact that there's some new stuff now. Yeah. I'm the kind of fan who's never stated I can always take more wins for the player I'm rooting for. So I never got bored of Magnus winning. You know? Like, he wins the World Championship 3 times. I'm like, let's win it a 4th time. Let's win it a 5th time, you know? Win Wake-on-Zay, win it again, you know? Let's try and get, like, Olympic gold for Norway, Magnus, you know? Like, do some work on your compatriots' games, coach them up, try and win the Olympiad. I always wanted more. I wasn't, like, bored or tired. But I am really enjoying this next crop of players, you know? I'm a mega fan of Gukesh, Prague, Abdusattorov, Erigaisi. All 4 of those guys, I've just been like, oh my gosh, they're amazing. And, yeah, Vincent is growing on me more slowly, but he's really turned it up a notch here this week. Wow, it's great if he can join those 4 and also be a top 10 player. Wow, what a generation. What a crop. And now Sindarov, who's only like, you know, a year younger than them, he seems, and he's actually a year older than Gukesh, but Sindarov might be poised to join them as well. That gives you 6 junior players in this, 6 players within a 2 to 3 year generation. And it's reminiscent of 1990. You know, 1990, the year of Magnus and Nepo and MVL. It has that incredible feeling. All right. Is Gukesh 100% lost here? Could be a question in front of us right now. Oh, yeah, Hans is maybe at a close level to them as well, yeah. I don't know about saying that Hans plays a very attacking style. Hans plays a very aggressive style, but it's largely like complicated positional chess. He's got a different kind of understanding of positional chess than a lot of other people. So Gukesh is giving the f-pawn in order to get his rook via f8 or g8 to a2. And if white has to go back knight c3, then they haven't really won the game. Yeah, I don't know for sure if the game is over. If the king goes here, is it going to get mated? I think no, because you sort of push that king away, right? I'm not 100% confident that Gukesh is lost. I mean, it looks terrible. But he's keeping some hope. By the way, Mark, I think that Hans Niemann is extremely strong. You know, I don't know if he's playing if he's playing that strongly or if he's cheating. But the quality of his games is very strong, right? So he up to this point, I felt that the level wasn't quite like the top 5 I mentioned. But you know, but I would have agreed with you that he was like basically on par with Keimer before this tournament. But Keimer has really surprised me at this tournament. Playing, you know, up to basically, I mean, basically this week Keimer's playing like the best player in the world, right? So, if Keimer is suddenly the best player in the world, then we couldn't say that Hans or anyone else is really at a similar level as Keimer just yet. But it's more likely that Keimer's having a great week, and like next week he'll play more like, you know, number 10 or 20 in the world again, right? It's hard to... Yeah, Mark, I just can't know. You know, once somebody's cheated, then I just never know, right? That's like, you know, what are you supposed to think after that? Je suis occupé, mon amour. Je suis occupé. Tu vas aller manger quelque chose? Tu veux manger le mien et pas le tien? Tu as la même chose là, il y a un pour toi. Le mien est plus délicieux? Oui. On a exactement la même chose là, chérie. Merci beaucoup.
Sorry about that.
Summoner saying, are the chess elite basically a closed circle and lots of strong players just don't get opportunities to play with them and compete? You know, sometimes I've definitely wondered about it, Summoner. Like, the question comes up, right? Like, are these players truly better than Sindarov, or is it just that, you know, they never play with Sindarov? Or let's say, like, a player who's been around longer, because Sindarov is new. I mean, like, you know, 2 years ago, he obviously wasn't top 10, and now it's hard to guess, right? But let's pick someone who's been around longer but hasn't gotten those kind of top invitations, right? I actually think that although the opportunities are limited, if you look at the data, when the players clash, the top players do actually hold their position. So I actually think the rating lists are pretty much accurate, with the exception of a few players who play so rarely that their rating doesn't adjust down as they get older.
In case you're wondering, I gave her a half of one.
And she's screaming it's not a big one. You want to give her mine? There are like 5 of them, right?
So you're gonna
First,
win.
I don't have chocolate.
I know.
She has
Daddy
chocolate.
says he doesn't have chocolate in his. Maybe that's why he has a whole. Maybe if you want chocolate in yours, you get a half one. That's okay.
Yeah, Mark, time will tell if it's permanent. When somebody has a breakout performance like this, it might be their new level. And it also might be, you know, just like a better performance than average, and next time they'll be back to average. Ooh, Faruja goes after the A-pawn. If he wins that one, that feels like he's winning. He can just rinse and repeat with the F-pawn. I'm going to say he's winning. Over here. I'm going to glance at Naka's board for a second. I love that we're getting great questions from chat, but I also have a duty to say something about what's going on these boards. Naka doesn't take the next pawn on h4 because white would take on d6 and sort of break into a structure. So knight here, what's he fishing for? I mean, it looks like it might be even to go knight e1, knight f3, come around and take that pawn. I'm not sure what he's going for with knight c2. But I definitely think he's better, because he's up a pawn and his position looks pretty strong. Right? His position looks reasonably strong, and he's up a pawn, so... Noterbeck has like some weird counterplay ideas too, so maybe that's part of what he's got in mind. Maybe he's partly trying to prevent bishop b6 by using the move knight b4 check. Because the idea of bishop b6 is, you know, pawn takes a7. Right? So maybe knight c2 is even a defensive move from Naka. Preparing to answer this bishop b6 move with knight b4 check, king e4, and I'll show you why this is a defense. It's to play knight takes a6 simply. Right? And then your rook's threatening this bishop. And here you have time for this. And you clean up. So maybe knight c2 was basically a defensive move against bishop b6. Anyway, king e4 gets played. So now Noterbeck might be re-threatening bishop b6, right? We get knight b4 from Naka, preventing bishop b6. But that knight is not helping him to win the game at the moment either. So, wait, is there bishop d8 as well here? Yep, there is, and it's been played. So the knight is back here. It's stopping the white king from getting in. Now this bishop can also go to c7 and b8, right? Because the king was forced to block the rook's defense. It's complicated, this endgame. It's very, like, weird and dynamic. Right? Like, if you go bishop c7, black can take here. I'm trading rooks to make it simpler. Black could take with the knight, not the rook, right? Bishop here. Well, basically, you can see this A pawn is hard for black to control. They might have to sack a knight for it at some point. Then, strangely, white might be better instead of black, which would be a real flip on what I was thinking. Oh, I didn't know that about him, Merles. I didn't know that. I mean, you say everyone knows it. I didn't know it. But you're right. Somebody who acts respectful, you kind of like make guesses that they would be an honest player. And somebody who acts disrespectful, you're like, oh yeah, no surprise they would cheat. They're not respectful, right? I see that. Bishop c7's been played. Rook h8 to keep it out of b8. So from here, maybe Naka could be threatening knight h4 while also preventing bishop b8. Yeah. Pressure on Noterbeck to keep coming up with something. Maybe h5. Maybe h5 would be that something. You need juice, right? You need juice. You're down a pawn. You need something dynamic. d4, I can't seem to make it work, but these are the kind of moves I'm looking at. I think h5 looks pretty reasonable. Because if the rook takes, you get bishop b8 with clearly some kind of play. It's very similar to rook h4, bishop b8, right? Which you allowed last move. And if g takes h, then you go here and you unseat the knight. As far as I can see, the knight has to go and it can't even give check. So the knight has to go somewhere. Right? And then you crack open the board. Now, yes, you've given black this pawn, but once you've like fully cracked open the board, you know, you might be able to deal with it with these bishops, right? They can often deal with a passed pawn and they just shrug, not like a knight who's like, what do I do? You know, they just be like, yeah, it's okay. We got it covered. Got it covered. So h5 looks right to me. He's played bishop a5, which looks not right to me. I didn't see anything wrong with h5 myself. It looked like a perfectly good move. Keep the game going. How about over here with Gukesh? What's the word? Firouzja's been thinking for 5 or 6 minutes. Not too much change in this position. He's got black nice and tied up. It's nice having the rook cutting the king off, but I think he wants to come over to the f-file to finish the game. Bishop h4 is just to keep the rook off of f2. So it definitely suggests the move rook h2, right? With the idea if you move your bishop away, then I get to complete my idea. And if bishop here, then we drop back and attack it, kick it somewhere, and then come around here. So maybe bishop g3 would be the move to harass the rook a little bit and try to play f4. If I go rook g2, black can also just move the king closer because of this tactic. So I'm not even necessarily making progress with rook g2. I could go rook check. And here, though, doesn't that look pretty clean for white? That looks like we more or less collect the f-pawn and win the game. Yeah. That looks winning to me. See, has he done something here yet? No. Okay, so he's still thinking about it. That looks like a pretty clean way to win to me. Rook h2 to h7 to f7 for white. King f6 from Naka, bishop back to c7. So he's just sitting on the position as Noterbeck, just trying to say, okay, you come up with a way to make progress. Rook h4 is always going to lose to bishop d8. Knight h4 is possible here. But I guess just bishop d6, right? Breaking out. So that's not much of a move either. It's very hard for Naka to make progress. Let's see what he comes up with. King f7, just kind of sitting. All right, we're going to guess that the position's actually equal. The white has enough here to hold the balance in the Noterbeck-Naka game. Between, you know, a7 and d6 as potential targets. Wait, now Noterbeck refuses a repetition. That said, if king f6, is he going to do anything other than still repeating? I don't know. King g7, which maybe allows bishop e6 or bishop b7. I don't understand advancing the a-pawn for Firouzja here. Seems like the king's ready to receive it. You're just making it a little easier for black to win the a-pawn in some lines by advancing it here. Bishop g3 is played, maybe looking at f4. Also, the bishop's best square is probably e5. So from d8, he's coming around to h4, g3, e5. Yeah. Good defensive play from Gukesh, as usual. The a-pawn keeps going. Maybe he's trying to set up a mating net with knight c7 and a6. That'd be pretty weird technique, I gotta say. But if we just, you know, put the bishop somewhere static like this and white plays knight here, I guess we just have to attack it when that happens before a6 gets played. As soon as we do, white could give check and take this pawn, potentially. Maybe, depending whether king a5 is safe. Okay, they've played some kind of a move. f4. Pawn takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Rook f2. Does this move save black? My first thought is no. Oh wait, there's always bishop f8 here. Sorry, okay. But I just have to go through e7 instead of e6. I just have to be precise. That would be accurate. So this seems just winning for white. All right, check. Here. Here. Ah, I'm not managing to finish it off. E4, bishop f4 played. I'm pretty sure that's winning for white somehow. A6 might be a weird knockout here, folks. Check this out. It's a weird endgame tactic. A6. Oh, no, there's bishop e5. Never mind. I refuted it before I could even show it to you. The point was, if the king takes, you go rook f2, trying to win the bishop, and here you have a check now. And that if black did something to move the bishop to a square other than e5, obviously, there'd be knight c7. Although even there, you know, I'm not sure what his whole idea is with the a-pawn. Okay, scratch that. Rook f2, bishop h6 played. Yeah, this is normal. This is normal. Again, if his pawn were on a2, this would be completely over, but he's just advanced the pawn where Gukesh can take it, so he's running a little low on material here. Okay, and the other board, king f6, king f3, king e7. I don't know which of them is trying to make progress, if either. Okay. Maybe your kid doesn't scream as much as mine does, Mark. Maybe you're not as used to the screaming. Intense endgames. White's king for Noterbek coming back to e2. I don't know where it's headed. Really weird. I thought it would be happy in the middle of the board. But Hikaru has chased the bishop out, which means that he might be poised to take the pawn on h4 at some point. Although why wouldn't White have taken on g6 somewhere here? Oh, because the king was on f3, so there was knight h4. Okay, merci. Ah!
You have a lot of pancakes. Why do you have so many pancakes?
Je ne sais pas. Elles viennent d'être livrées. Je les attendais pas.
What's weird is that that's how many pancakes were on the pan. I was supposed to have 2 of them.
Ok, tu peux les prendre.
No,
Moi j'en ai pas besoin.
doesn't want me to have them.
Moi, je vais pas les manger, chérie.
You're not?
Non.
You don't like them?
Bah, je suis en train de... J'étais en train de parler. Tu peux,
Okay, sorry.
tu peux les prendre.
Go ahead. Well, I mean,
Merci. So, move the king. Now that bishop gets attacked, it moves away. And so he's got time to maybe take the pawn with the knight and keep this pawn alive as well. But man, he's working really hard here as Hikaru to try and maybe come out up a pawn. This knight comes around, introducing an opportunity to trade on c6. Bishop comes back. Knight h4 looks pretty okay for black. I am going to change my evaluation because I feel like Naka's made progress and Noterbek's been beat back a little bit, right? I liked when his king was on, d5 and e4 better than on e2. His bishop seems to have been chased out from threatening a7 or d6, so his counterplay is really limited, and the pawn on h4 might go in a moment. If it does, I'll actually just probably call him losing in like one more move. If he doesn't have something more impressive. Okay, all these moves have been played. We get this position, which we had seen in analysis, and knight here, black actually has king b4, bishop here. So we have not yet broken black. White might not want to move the knight because it lets the black king in. But, I mean, white has to do something here to improve. And truly, I didn't find the win here. Oh, maybe knight c7 could be an idea. threatening knight e6. Only one defensive move is this one, because king here, you can now go knight check, king here, knight takes, right? And if black trades for the knight, they're lost. And yeah, ultimately white can play king d5, then knight e6 with tempo, and d4, etc. But knight c7, clever as it may seem, black has bishop e7. And then what? King here, bishop here. Knight d5, taking squares away again. Bishop here. King here. King here. Then the defense still holds. Okay, so I don't yet see the win for Firouzja. Neither does Firouzja. He's spent another few minutes looking here. All right, Noterbeck just plays simple d3, allows rook h4, knight h4. He's down 2 pawns now. He's just losing. 2 pawns is too much. Look at that, Naka. You can convert an endgame. Whoops. You can convert an endgame while low on time, even against a strong opponent. People really struggle to convert against Gukesh, though, don't they? Knight c7 gets played. I mean, that was that tricky move I mentioned. I think bishop e7 still doesn't quite lose. Since I couldn't find a win for white, I'm going to downgrade it to white's better in the Firouzja game. Whatever, I could be wrong every time, right? I don't see the win. So, and I don't think Firouzja sees the win either. So, if nobody sees the win, king b4, walking into knight a6. Now I have some slight doubts. I mentioned this knight a6 c5 line. I have some slight doubts about white being able to disentangle the d3 pawn and the knight on c5. So I wouldn't say 100% a win. But I'd say maybe 90% chance that it's a win. Oh, maybe on e7 the bishop can hold. Let me just look at this line one more time just to check. Here, 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 here. Oh, but the thing is there's only one square, so you can't just sit on here forever. And white threatens d4. And if you go here with the bishop, king here, hide away, the king can come here because you're not attacking the knight. It's just completely winning. To me, Merle says it's just easy draw. I say it's just easy winning. Merle says king d4. King here, knight there. King d4. Oh my god, walking into the fork and getting the last pawn. Oh! Knight c5, king d4. Yeah, that's a dead draw. So he played king back to d5. Okay, so it's a draw. I'll switch it back. I was wrong. I was wrong about a live position. Not because they made a mistake or things changed, but it's a draw. You're welcome, Asher. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. You hate the end games. The subtleties are too subtle for you. Oh, end games are beautiful because you can actually figure out an answer. You can truly figure something out. Bishop h6 played. Wow. You're telling me even here you can hold against knight a6 to c5? Are you kidding me? Where's he going to go? To e3? Okay, so this is the obvious line for white. Farouj is, of course, using his time thinking about it. There's not a lot of positions up 2 pawns that aren't winning. Hikaru has won. Chat wonders about here. Bishop d4. Maybe knight check. King here. And we can't push the king off the bishop, right? He just keeps hanging around. Same with knight e4. King e4 played. Amazing. Amazing that with this king, and you can't get better than your king on d5, right? So Farouj is going to play around and try and play more moves, but this means he can't actually win the game, right? If you can't win with your king on d5 and knight against bad bishop and you're attacking this pawn, if you can't win there, there's like no position where you can eventually win. But Farouj is going to try and play around in circles and trick him somewhere, you know? He's going to try and trick him somewhere. Oh, we're getting a huge raid from someone I don't know. Kantana. Thank you so much for the raid. And there's a link to follow Kantana Chess. Thank you for the raid, Raiders. Or Kantana, if you could please let my channel know what your stream is about. If you could advertise yourself a little bit in some way. That would be appreciated. Let them know why they should follow you or what you've been up to, what your stream's about. I personally would like to know myself. What happens on Kantana Chess. And to those of you joining us, I should tell you what we're doing right here. We're watching the end of today's round of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam. It is Fischer Random Chess with basically all the top 10 players in the world playing this event. Knockout matches. Yesterday, Vincent Keimer from Germany, the lowest rated player in the event, basically, he had an upset. He beat Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals, 1.5 to 1/2 in classical chess, classical Fischer Random Chess, slow speed, normal speed. And today he won his first game against Fabiano Caruana in the finals. He's on his way to perhaps winning this tournament ahead of all the top 10 players in the world except for Erigaisi. Women's International Master Anna from Poland. Nice. Lots of fun things on her channel. Cool. Thank you, Rookie. Thank you. Let's see the last moves of this Hikaru game, which finished in the background here. We'd seen the rook trade on h4. Knight c6, bishop e1. Hikaru brings the knight around to f4. Pressures d3. Attacks d3 again, and that's it. You know, game, set, and match. If bishop e4, the a-pawn drops. If either bishop trades for one knight, then it becomes really easy to finish off the endgame with the 2 extra pawns. Man. Good game for Hikaru. I feel like Noterbeck had chances late into this endgame until his king retreated to e2. You know, when he was up here, I feel like he even avoided a repetition himself here, right, with bishop d5. But yeah, once Hikaru was able to bring the second knight, the king to the middle of the board to push the bishops out, the second knight to defend g6. This was the key moment. He maneuvers his king over, and he not only kicks the bishop out from attacking his d-pawn, but he stops it from going after a7 anymore. And then he was able to bring the knight over here. You know, maybe like a final chance for Noterbeck would have been to give this bishop and capture one of these pawns. But, you know, he was going to be in trouble in this position as well still, right? Under pressure with his a-pawn, vulnerable, down a full pawn. Black's pawn structure is blocking his bishop pretty well. Rook c4 threatened. Definitely would have still been struggling here, but that may have been the last chance to try and get a bad position that he could still save. Thanks, Cantana. Yeah, my little kid's not supposed to necessarily be part of the stream, but is sometimes. And hi, Lucas 6412. Welcome. King c3, knight e6, king b4. We believe that Gukesh can actually hold this terrible looking endgame here. Hey, Samuel Raj Singh. Welcome to the dojo. I think right after this, we'll have another show, by the way, for those wondering whether or not to stick around as you watch the end of this endgame between Firouzja and Gukesh. I think Jesse Kraai, one of the other teachers on the channel, will be on to do the graduates ceremony as soon as this finishes. It's slow time control, Lucas. It's neither bullet nor blitz nor rapid. They have a 30-second increment, and they started with an hour and a half on the clock. So it's 90 plus 30. Yeah. So one of the things that we have in the Chess Dojo is we've built a training program. We have 3 teachers here running the show, so to speak, running the channel. We have a training program, and every week we have people who graduate from one training program to the next, because every 100 points there's a different training program. So when people go up 100 points, they move up to the next training plan, and we celebrate them with the graduates program, the graduates show. And Jesse will be on to do that next. I think in Tata Steel they had more time added at move 40. I think they got an extra 30 or 40 minutes added at move 40 in Tata Steel, I'm pretty sure. So they're playing a little bit faster than Tata Steel. Yeah, but still they can play pretty well. Still they can play pretty well with the time they've got. We have seen some pretty great games, including today's game where Keimer beat Fabi. This game was pretty darn great. Lots of interesting moves. Here Keimer found a great little opening idea. Bishop e5, poking the queen, gets black to play d6, weakening their light squares and blocking in the bishop on f8 along this diagonal. Then he gives up his bishop pair, takes the pawn on h7. He doesn't trade his hanging pawn on b4 first because he doesn't want to give black counterplay on the open file. Black gets their pawn back. Fabi goes for active counterplay with this rook. This game is just fantastic. And then Vincent comes up with this plan, and this is what sort of broke Fabi. He comes up with this plan of playing h5, knight e7, h6. Sorry, I'll show you the plan. So h4, a5, he'd go h5, knight e7, h6, gh6, queen f7. And that would totally cause the light squares in the middle of the board to fall apart for Fabi. So this h4 was like a super cool idea. It put Fabi under pressure. He sacked his own a-pawn here, did Vincent. We don't know why. It seemed he could defend it, but he just goes for this plan. Now he hesitates, and before playing h6, he centralizes his knight, puts the pawn on d5, cramping black in the middle of the board. Fabi like desperately fought for counterplay. Here queen f7 is crushing, but Vincent says, I'm going to do even better. I'm going to put the bishop on f7. Fabi in desperation trades the knight before it can get into e6, which was about to come. So he sacks in exchange. And yeah, then it's super complicated. He fought all over the board. Fabi's just trying to bust out somewhere, and Vincent would not let him. And eventually, he's starting to make mating threats against Black's king because, you know, Black's pawns over here are dangerous. And he gets in here. Rook takes d6. Brilliant move. If Black takes it, his queen can get to b4 and clean up the whole queen side, and then he can win pretty safely with his extra pawns. So Fabi came here, and then he found this move, rook a6, just killing with d6 and rook a8 to follow. The Black king just can't get out. So some really fantastic games we've had here today. And this is the last of them. But it seems like Firouzja will have to content himself with a draw after a huge advantage in this game. Sometimes you convert the ending, sometimes you can't. Yeah, as long as Gukesh's king stays very active and near the d-pawn, I think that's the key to defending this endgame as Black. Of course, you also have to keep watching out for double attacks from the knight, right? So you have to keep your bishop and king out of range of getting double attacked, but you want to keep your king near this pawn, and white can't quite win. One of the key positions was this one here that we discovered at the very beginning of this endgame. We found that in this position, white can't win despite two extra pawns if they take the c5 pawn when the black king is on c3. You play king d4, threatening the knight. If the knight moves away somewhere random, of course, you take this pawn. And even if the knight has a double attack to take the bishop, black gets a draw. That was kind of like the key defensive resource that Gukesh found. And basically, if that position was a draw, then we can't really imagine a situation in which Firouzja can win as long as Gukesh's king is near the d-pawn. And I don't think he can chase the king out of all these squares at once, right? There's just too many of them. So, another incredible defensive effort from Guk. King d2 looks like a normal move to me here from black. Might also be able to shuffle the bishop somewhere over here. This is Chess 960, Lucas. It is. It's also called Fisher Random Chess, and the folks organizing this tour called their events Freestyle Chess. I think compared to Chess 960, they don't allow the normal starting position, which is actually one of the 960 positions is normal chess. There's like a 1 in 960 chance that you get the normal position now and then. Papa's in here.
Oh, okay, never mind. Don't come, Papa. All right.
It's okay, Pups. Come here. Come here, Papa.
Everybody ready?
Papa. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Twisting and turning. I don't think there's going to be much more action in this game. I don't know if I should just turn things over to Jesse or keep watching the knight and bishop move in circles. How about you vote, chat? Should we just stop here and bring Jesse on? I can guarantee you the result here is going to be a draw. At this point. Well, I mean, I can't really guarantee it, can I? Naka 1 versus Noterbeck 0. That's the thing. That's why Firouzja's still playing, because you can't guarantee it. But with a 30-second increment, I suppose, if they're really obstinate, they could play another 10 or 20 minutes of this, actually. All right, folks, I've confirmed with Jesse. He's ready for the graduates show, and I'm ready to hand it over to him.